Mobile Legends craze has swept the Philippines by storm. But out of this nation of gamers, a courageous few have dared to rise above the rest. Enter the first ever Mobile Legends professional scene, where gamers become pros and the daring becomes legendary.
Smash them!
This is the story of MPL. The first season of the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League Philippines was the true start of the Mobile Legends competitive scene in the country. With the help of MET Events, the most established esports events organizer in the Philippines, the MPL scored the country to find teams willing to compete for the unprecedented prize pool of over 2.5 million pesos. Digital Devils, OBS Gaming, and Aether Main headlined the inaugural MPL PH season. Top players such as Rigo, Yaku, Zapnu, Pakben, and Jeff Cutie Forever also made a showing in the tournament. Popular community figure Akosidogi also made an appearance, not just as a shoutcaster and a pro scene pundit, but also through the team he helped groom himself. It would be Aether Main that would ultimately claim the grand prize on July 1 at the grand finals at the SM Mall of Asia Music Hall after a dominant 3-0 sweep over Digital Devils Pro Gaming. The team not only took home more than 1.6 million pesos, but also the title of the first ever MPL National Champions. The explosive grand finals was the mark of something new. A new esports scene. The second season of the MPL started with the news that Bren Esports, the current kings of mobile esports, had acquired Aether Main's roster. This newly branded super team would then go on to become the champions of Mobile Legends Southeast Asia Cup, the MSC in 2018. Signal, the television channel, acquired the Digital Devils Pro Gaming roster. Filipino Dota 2 powerhouse Execration took under their banner OBS Gaming's roster. Even Aether, with their players sold to Bren Esports, attempted to rebuild their roster. The second season of the MPL would find Signal Ultra dethroning Bren Esports, creating the first true rivalry of the league. As Season 3 of the MPL launches with a fresh new theme for the summer, the professional players in the league would hit things up in their organizations. Execration's Jeff Cutie Forever left his longtime teammate Zapnu to join Archangel. As for the actual grand finals, Bren Esports, battered but somehow alive from the lower brackets, would meet Archangel in the grand finals.
So para sa mga sumusuporta sa Archangel dyan, mag-ingay!
At para naman sa sumusuporta sa Bren, mag-ingay!
Focusing on the pain, will this be the final divide?
Oh my G, Ribo ang natira dito kumakagat.
There we go!
Si Kapitan ang natira.
A new champion arose. Archangel are the new MPL champions. But the reign of the High Flyers were rather short-lived as the MPL PH Season 4 saw fiercer competition. Geek Fam and ONIC PH, the two teams from the main qualifiers, came in with guns blazing. They replaced the playoff spots usually filled by the champions Signal Ultra and Archangel. Though Geek Fam settled for a respectable 5th to 6th place, their co-rookie almost had a flawless debut. ONIC PH was one game away from hoisting the MPL PH trophy, if not for the iconic a rival play from Sun Stars that snatched the thrilling grand finals off their hands.
Team ONIC PH!
Tumayo dito sila Plaza. Ay, mayroon lang pala.
Walang minions! Walang minions!
Walang minions! Walang minions!
Walang minions!
Oh, God! Nice one! We have a game on!
Iyanto! Nako! He's
Iyanto!
going for the phantom step!
Let's go for the base! Binibigyan lang niya ako! That's it! You're champion!
Although both of them were still bestowed with the honor of representing the Philippines in the first ever M1 World Championship, their rivalry is only bound to intensify. After 4 exciting seasons of the MPL, the league has still yet to have its first 2-time winner. Those who used to be on top are now gone, and with the chaotic roster shuffle that transpired in between seasons, those who were once friends are now foes. These are signs that the league, after 4 seasons, is still filled with close games, miraculous upsets, and life-changing plays. Now, with the 5th season of the MPL upon us, who knows who will rise from the rest this time and claim the crown? Regardless of what happens, one thing is certain, that the Mobile Legends scene in the Philippines is alive, and there's no better time than now to start watching it.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Welcome back to Mobile Legends Professional League Philippines Season 5, and we are back in action for more regular season games or matches. I think we're gonna have 3 very exciting matches today with the panelists. My name is Wolfie, your host, with Swarly and Leo. Very quick update on you guys. How are you doing? How are you doing?
Man, well, I've actually been watching the MPL in Malaysia and Singapore right now. They have some very, very interesting picks, in my opinion, compared to what we're seeing in MPL PH.
Wow.
Actually, yeah, that's true. Swarley has been watching in the background. I've been hearing it on the mic, and yeah, I'm still high off of my 100% prediction rate yesterday. Let's see if we can do that today.
Yeah, I think that we cannot predict what we can see in terms of the draft, while specifically when we are basing it on what we can see in MYSG and MPL MYSG, because I think that we are in an entirely different meta, to say the least, when it comes to like the professional matches. Yeah,
I saw Rogers. I saw Sylvanas. It's crazy. Like, you know, it's like a totally different world out there. I see. Who else do I see? Sylvanas says Sylvanai. Well, and I also see like 1-1s with mage killer emblems. Like, my mind is just blown watching MYSG.
Yeah. I think that we can expect more different for different meta for the MPL Season 5. Of course, the MPL Season 5 PH broadcast is brought to us by Smart, and together with PLDT Smart Foundation, in our partnership with Smart, we can help our frontliners as we stand together to be the real heroes in these challenging times. Support our frontliners through SMS by texting donate to 3456. That's donate to 3456. And donation is open from April 22 to July 16, 2020. MPL Season 5 is also brought to us by our sponsors, Realme Smartphones, Logitech G, our headset partner, and organized by Moonton. All right. Swarley already talked about what he saw, some of what he saw in the MYSG meta. But Leo, what did you see from watching the different MPL and how can it be translated here in the Philippines?
Well, we can take the other regions as a guide as to what our teams here could be doing or could be straying away from. As far as I'm concerned, if we're seeing a lot of like weird Rogers, Sylvani, and even Mincitars, I think Mincitar was a point of contention earlier. I think the teams at the top of the group
Indonesia.
standings here, Bren Esports, Sunsparks, ONIC, I don't think they want to touch that just yet. I don't feel like it. If anything, it might be the likes of U-Level or Geek Fam or even, exactly them that are willing to try it out. But we're yet to see that happen.
Yeah. So I think we might see Sylvane today, hopefully.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe.
Maybe.
as we are seeing the group standings, Execration and BSB, they are at 6 and 7, slot number 6 and number 7 in terms of rankings. And fortunately for us, we will be seeing them in action as our first series. Execration, a 3-2 match win-loss. That's the complete inverse of BSB with 2-3. That means that it's going to be up to BSB on how they will be able to even the skills up, make sure that they will make it to the playoffs, because I think that they are in an okay spot, to say the least, right now at 6 and 7 to make it into the playoffs. Swirly and Leo, so far with how BSB has performed, what can we expect from this team coming into the first series?
And well, I feel that they should, like what Leo said earlier. I feel that they are one of the teams we would expect to see experimenting. So if they pick up something from the other regions, they should definitely just try it out, because like there's nothing to lose at this point, in my opinion. It's the season is nearing its end. You're going up against a team that has found its momentum again in Execration with the return of Zapnu.
Okay.
Well, that momentum was kind of shut down the other day, right? Was that Friday night, wherein they tried to pull off a fast one against Bren, and that Leomord strategy in mid just got totally killed.
Yeah.
They were trying to put everything into hate on that Leomord. Yeah, I remember that one. But then again, they were going up against the Kings of MPL PH in Bren.
Yeah.
So against someone like BSB, they are definitely gonna have a lot more confidence in pulling off these curveballs.
Well, possibly, but going into this matchup, I think they're going to be a little more cautious. That's what I would say, at least. Role player coach back in action. I would say take it easy. Don't be too confident going up against BSB, because we know that these guys here, they chug along to their own tune. But as coach, if there was an outside force to remind them, take it easy, Sire. Reel your boys in. Don't let them go too crazy. Don't go too ham. At least against BSB, because we know that BSB here, with Scheider, with Scheider, with Cap, with Jirax new. Oh come on, Trevor in the back lines protecting his carry. These guys, they're capable of very good things, and. As we mentioned, the meta as it is somewhat in the middle of developing and just changing once more. So again, puberty comes up very often in our discussions today, and it seems like the meta is just dragging everyone along with it. So BSB here, they gotta be careful as to how they tread.
Yeah. Now, I think one thing that we have to talked about when it comes to BSB versus Execration, there's a question of leadership, right? So here's the thing: Execration, they have their in-game leader Zapno, not even in-game leader. It's more like the older brother, the eldest brother in the side of Execration, with Zapno being the veteran, being out there from MPL Season 1 until MPL Season 5. Now, BSB, there are a couple of new guys in the scene. All of them except one, Scheider QT, are returning veteran in the scene. And I think it wasn't able to play for, 3 seasons or 2 seasons before this. And now coming back, it's going to be up to him on how he's gonna collect his teammates and make them work together. It's gonna be a hard task, however, because again, when it comes to the comparison between Zabno and Shider Cutie had to take a break from professional matches, and I think this is one not a very long. This is his tenure for BSB is not yet long, right? But Swardy and Leo, how do you feel should BSB approach this in terms of like the strategical standpoint on how they can win against a good team such as Execration?
Well, if they did watch the game last Friday when Bren Esports demolished Execration, they could easily copy that blueprint, I feel, if they were watching. Because what they were trying to do was they were just funneling one way. It was a one-way funnel into hate. Me and Reptar were calling it channeling the hate. But, they just calmed down the hate, and Execration were well read after that. Bren were just ahead in each and every single moment in that match. So definitely BSB, I wish they're watching their game tape, because watching that Execration, it's like they're predictable. On the flip side, Execration, I feel like they should still stay like loose, I feel. If they try to focus too much and not play their game, because I feel Execration is a team that thrives on the chaotic. Like, they want the chaos. They thrive in the chaos. Organized chaos. I saw something flicker over in your back.
I think for BSB there's only one key word here, man. Preparation. Wolf, you tell us about preparation. I think you got a little bit about preparation.
Yeah, we have to be. No, sorry. How I wanna put this in as little words as possible. But anyways, I think that in terms of their preparation, in terms of how these teams prepare, Execration is not your role. It's not your role model when it comes to preparation, right? Execration should not be your role model when it comes to preparation, because they aren't they they don't prepare as much. I mean, it's funny to think about when there's a lot of memes about Execration and how they prepare for games, right? Like, or their lack thereof, right? But then again, for BSB, I think that this team needs to kind of abuse that factor. I don't know if this makes sense, right? But if you know that your team doesn't prepare that much, but they are good, maybe you can take advantage of that by throwing them off their toes, like throwing them something that no unprepared team can win, right? I don't know if you'll agree with me with that. Now, when it comes to other kinds of preparation, I'm sorry. All right, I did not get this cue. Okay, I did not get this cue. So that's how.
You're about a minute late.
I don't know. I'm sorry.
You're about a minute late.
I'm about a minute late. But this guy right here, he's never gonna be late. This guy right here, you're gonna watch, he's never gonna be late because he has a different way of preparation. I think we have a video of Manjin here. Okay. Yeah, how can you be that's how you prepare, that's how Manjin prepares. I've already asked Lee about this, but Swarly, can you can you share how you prepared for MPL yourself? I mean, this MPL online casting yourself. You have your tie, but I don't know what's what other things you prepared for us.
I can stand up for you. No, I probably shouldn't stand up. I'm wearing pants. I'm wearing pants. But yeah,
the short variety.
The short variety, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, some of us are probably not even taking showers before the broadcast, but I did. I don't know about you guys, but over in the Filipino broadcast, I heard.
That is not allowed here in the English stream, all right? I would suggest everyone to take a bath at least twice a day, or if, I mean at
Yeah,
least once.
yeah.
If you go out, whenever
Yeah.
you go out, disinfect yourself, man. It's unhealthy
With this heat.
to not take a bath now. Yeah.
Yeah,
Especially.
All right.
yeah, and you gotta respect the MPL. This is the highest form of Mobile Legends professional play. You can't cast and work without taking a shower.
You know, this is basically like this is like the World Cup per se. No, the Asian Cup, because we're just
Your
one
team
country.
is banning.
Yeah.
The Asian Cup, yeah. Because
All right.
MSC is
Yeah,
definitely
sure.
the World Cup.
All right. MSC M1 is the World Cup. MSC is like the
It's actually M1. Yeah,
like the.
he's a regional.
It's a regional thing, but you know. Nevertheless.
Yeah,
You know
Now,
what it is.
Execration, it's versus BSB. There's the Natalia band, there's the Grok band, there's the Kufra and the Cloud band.
Your team
No
is
Kaja
picking.
whatsoever. Now, Leo, can you describe what we can expect from both Execration and CSB, both in terms of drafts and in terms of like their strategies?
Okay, so I like what our production team is doing here. Shout out to you guys in the back end. They're showing us here the heroes with the highest win rates. And as weird as it is, Grok and Claude have been making a name for themselves once more. And then to put it into perspective, 3 or 6 months ago, Grok and Claude are nowhere to be seen. Execration here picking up the TAMs. This is what I was gonna get to. They like their fighters, so you can expect Execration to invest in that first, and then maybe pick up their core at around slot 3 or 4. And for BSB, they live with their mages, man. If there was a team that was gonna be picking up double mages at any point in this meta, even if we are in like a puberty stage, yo, expect their broad shoulders and their deep voices to be the mages. But you know what? I like that they picked up the Kaja. I was not expecting this from them.
All right. Sorry, there, you talked about Ling
Your
and
team
how
is
Execration
picking.
likes it, putting it up all on hate, like building
Yep.
up the hate whatsoever, channeling the
Channel
hate.
the hate.
I think that,
Channeling the hate.
yeah, I think with Kaja and Jawhead,
Ling.
well,
Ooh.
I was gonna say
There
he
you
should
go.
not be
There's
picked,
the
but they
link.
do it anyways. Yeah, what's the idea here from Execration? Why did they pick the Ling when Jawhead and Kaja is already been picked up by BSB?
It's pretty confusing as well because you see how good the pick-off potential BSB just with those two heroes,
Your
and they
team
pick
is picking.
3 heroes actually with that show as well, that Revel in that side lane, spacing the map kind of game style. So Execration, they're kind of like, I feel like this is a case of overconfidence for them, which is not rare. Definitely Execration, I would like to call them a very confident team.
Your team
Even
is
if
banning.
the tide is against them, they don't really mind. They're still gonna play their stuff. But it's concerning, to say the least.
I feel like they're doing the opposite of what I would suggest. And yes, that's right. It feels like it's overconfidence and it's going in a direction that doesn't feel right, but that's their goal. That's their gambit. They're forcing something that the opposing team is not expecting, and they might be going for shock and awe here. I don't know. I think they need one more support, and then maybe a mage for Execration. That might be the filler here, because that's definitely a carry Ling.
So it's going to be
Your team is picking.
finally, or yeah, channeling the hate, whatever we call it. Now, I don't know, man. I'm sorry, I got caught out by this Ling, and it being a pick that's they may be gonna suffer against BSB, but we'll see. Maybe this is a diversional tactic from Execration. Maybe they want BSB to focus on the Ling, like drafting around it, and maybe they're gonna show us a sucker punch come the last set of picks. Yeah.
I feel if they really wanted to pick that link pick, they should have picked it first. But then again, at least they do manage to get the Atlas, which is like in the MYSG. That is one of the most contested picks out there. Not as successful here yet in MPL PH. Yes, Alina, those two picks are the most contested picks in the playoffs right now.
Yeah,
MYSG.
I think they're just making the reason why Atlas is not as often seen here is because we're just starting to learn. We're learning how he is. And 7-1, 88%.
He's actually 7-1.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
as per frequency, it's pretty low compared to Grok and Claude. But when it comes to performance, Atlas is up there. So I like this. Seeing this from Execration, there's a support Selena and there's a frontliner Atlas. And for BSB, it's the same story. It's a that's a fighter. Wow, wait, give me a second. That seems like an actual Uranus. That's a frontliner Uranus.
Yeah, so it's not gonna be utility whatsoever.
Yeah. And then this Lilia looks like it's lethal, picking up the retribution.
And it's gonna be we don't know yet who's gonna control it. Yeah, Swarly and Leo, I want to ask your quick predictions. I know you have 3 of them, Swarly. Just pick it up from there and then tell us very quickly what your predictions are.
I feel like, yes, the start of the draft was a bit iffy, in my opinion, for Execration, but those last 2 picks with the Atlas and the Selena, I felt that it solves their problems, the problems of their draft, fairly well. So I gotta give it to Execration for this one.
All right. Now, Leo, let's start strong. Let's start strong. What's your prediction? You want to go to 100%?
Here we go.
Do it.
Here we go. I'm rolling the dice 100% on the line, baby. I think Execration got this. I agree with Swarly that Selena and Atlas pick is going to fix what the Ling might be missing, especially with the Jawhead and the Kaja on the other end. Kagura from BSB, I don't know, man, especially the Uranus. They lack a little bit of like hard 5v5 CC, but yeah, I'm going to say Execration here.
All right, 2 votes for Execration. I think I'm going to have to vote for Execration as well. But let's see. I think that our casters think about something else. Now we're going to pass it on to our casters. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Wolf and the gang here. Of course, I'm going to be Rock Hard alongside, bringing you the action here. Execration versus BSB. So, how are you today?
I'm feeling a little blues, but this game is making me pretty excited because I have 2 different rosters or drafts in play, and according to the panelists, they really side with the Execration simply because the Selena and the Atlas really complements to whatever Ling is lacking onto the early phases of the game. But to me, I find it interesting onto the side of BSB. Okay, sure. Lilia and Uranus, it seems a little bit lacking in terms of crowd control, especially when the game starts. But you have to take note that they have this mid to late game advantage as well. But without further ado, Rockhard, let's get it on with our first match, game 1 of the day.
Yeah, game 1, Execration versus BSB. Will the Execration battle plan of enabling hate to hate his enemies on his Ling, will that happen? Let's find out. And we shall see if BSB can enable, like you said, this lineup that, there's good crowd control but maybe not that much burst. Can they survive the early game, and can they stop this Ling from ramping up strong? So we're seeing a bit of course, a bit of a shuffle here on the mid lane. No big issues there. But what I want to ask is, how does BSB want to win this? Does the Jiraxnu have enough what it takes to survive against the Ling later on? That's what we'll have to find out. Right now, engages in the jungle. A lot of damage being absorbed there by Execration. Loses 1 member already. E2 Max on the Selena. Obviously, the squishiest member aside from Ling goes down.
Yes, indeed. And what's good about it is that it was in the hands of Jiraxnu, meaning he was given a certain amount of space in terms of gold and XP. So, like what you said earlier, will Jiraxnu be able to actually retaliate? But, this is too early to conclude. But onto the top side, just really taking advantage of the HP of Zapnu right there and goes for the kill. Okay, so Selena was able to stun the Bruno, but it's not enough to go for a team fight. Why? Simply because it's still the early game. You can't really do much. But here, though, looks like the tower dive successfully onto Hate's favor, and that goes for another kill from Execration.
All right. If we're talking about the early game, that's one of the best early games you can get. If you're a Ling, get that get that first kill on your team. You know, he's getting all that jungle gold, 1-0-0 so far. So Hate, he's on the right track. The rest of the team, not so much. They're suffering a few setbacks here and there, but it's nothing that you can't recover from. So BSB, they really need to keep up this pace. It's a little hard to start the early game with the lineup that they have. Because right now, the only thing they can do is this. Chain that crowd control and get that kill. But will they get it? I don't think so. Looks like Zapnu's still going to be able to survive. Wow. Execration getting 2 for 0 against BSB.
That was a beautiful control done by Execration right there. They're not stopping. Looking here, looks like they will be forming out Shader Cutie right here. Will he be able to go back? No. And Ling again goes for that successful kill in time in a very beautiful manner. Rockhart, I am seeing some dominance on Execration.
Yep, and that's what they're really known for, right? That super strong bravado gameplay where they really act like they're super dominant. That's why I think the reason why Execration really likes those fighter roles, if you'll notice. They like those FAMs, they like those Leomords. But again, that usually works on teams that are lower down on the bracket. For higher up teams, yeah, like on, again, Bren Esports, that didn't work. And here, though, looks like BSB, they found a target here with Chaknu on that Atlas. Very, very low right now. Gonna go for the run, but not gonna be able to make it out. Itomax gets a kill, though, as a revenge engagement with Ling. And looks like the ultimate not gonna be hitting many targets, forcing everyone to back off. Zapnu, you're a little bit in danger. Oh, Itomax getting a pickoff there on the back end. Zapnu will be able to survive. He does not have the ultimate. Looks like he will be able to jump. Itomax, though, catching targets left, right, and center out of nowhere. And they are not done. Give me some breathing room. Execration, they really want to get those kills. And the killing spree on to Hate.
Done so beautiful in a manner that we were mentioning that Ling has some things to compensate about, but look at here, Hate really showing of some dominance ever since the start of our games, and they are not stopping. Atlas here with that wonderful pickoff. That is just really smooth plays done by Execration right now, and I'm pretty sure they're off to the turtle side, but here, BSB on the run. Let's see if there's another potential pickoff coming in from Execration.
Whew, Chaknu again, just threatening a little bit, flexing some of those metallic muscles on Atlas. But again, for a majority of the fight, man, Benny Cutie not even joining right now. He wants a piece of the action. Wants to go in for a target. Execration gonna have to disengage on this one. Ultimate going in, unstoppable force by Wilson, not really resulting too much. In the middle of the fight though, look at that. This Uranus really soaking up damage and dealing as much. But yeah, Execration, they don't want to take this fight yet.
Yes, indeed. I mean, I get the logic behind why they wouldn't really engage into that fight, simply because their HPs are kind of in a risk factor, and you don't really want to give as much kills onto your opposing team. But going back right here, it looks like they're already tip-top in good shape as E2Max just get some of the resources in the long run. And this is a 2v1 happening right here. The stun ray will be procs, and look at here, 4-man down. Goodbye to you, Uranus.
Wow, BSB starting to really look a little bit sloppy here on their positioning around the map. And that's not a good sign. If you want to get back against a 10-4 team that has a Ling 404, you have to do better than this. So they have to be careful when they're giving away those kills. Right now, though, they are in a pretty weird spot, but Hate, you're still confident, has the help of Itomax, goes down with the ult, but not gonna be alive for long. They shut down on the Bruno. Jiraxnu gets a kill.
Indeed. If you've noticed, the Ling already uses his ult, but really capitalizing that, took advantage and uses the Divine Judgment to turn the tides around. That was good discipline by the Kaja, but again, going back right here, it looks like they will be throwing it away into the towers, into their favor. Look at it, to and fro, wave the dragon's gonna be used. Thomas will be going for the kill. Make it a double rock card. This is killing spree for everybody.
Wow, triple kill! Oh man, Zapnu, he got angry there. He got some of that sweet, sweet revenge from 1-2 that's 4-2-2. So,
yes, indeed.
That goal lead is quite it's not as big as I thought it would be, considering we're 13-5, but they're getting their win condition. Look at Hate, he's so fed right now.
Indeed, and this was one of the things that made it work. Look, it was a pretty messy fight, but Tom's managed to get his footing and just go all out with the damages that he possesses. And here, if you look at the replay, the arrows were on point, and it just goes to show that Execration has a lot of patience and on-timely points on to our battle.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they're utilizing the slipperiness of their heroes. I mean, if you look at their heroes, man, look, they have a Cho, they have a Ling, and again, Zapnu on this Fams just... These are pretty hard to kill heroes, you gotta admit, right? Yeah. Even the Ling, as squishy as he is, he can just use Finch Poise to go up a wall, then he's pretty safe. He can just jump wall to wall. And so far, the Kaja not doing that much. It's gonna be another fight in the middle. Oh, that's a huge Tempest of Blades alongside the Color Inferno, wiping out the HP bars of BSB members. And Jiraxnu all alone. No one is here to save the day. But looks like he will be able to get out. No, it hit. No. He got hit with a stun. What happened? The tower in the middle goes down. I think Jiraxnu will still be able to get out. And he didn't even need to use his Purify. Luckily enough, but overall BSB starting to lose slowly here.
Yes, indeed, and if you noticed, that was a beautiful team fight earlier, done by the Atlas and the Ling. You know, Atlas doing his job, compiling up the members of BSB, and followed by Ling's ultimate, which gives you that overall damage kill. And they didn't stop there. You know, after that, they transitioned to getting that turret pushes and really dominating onto the map, gains the control, and garners a lot of resources, which is looking so good for Execration right now.
Super smooth, I gotta say. I mean, if you're talking about having a lead and keeping them, Execration is doing a very fantastic job. But what can BSB do right now to get back in this game? Looks like Trevor is doing one of the things that you should not do, which is space check when you're all alone on the jungle. Able to get out of the way just in the nick of time, but again, those are the things that you should not do.
Yes, of course. And, you know, really taunting away or shoving away the members of BSB only gives you this allowance to go for that turtle take once more. Oh, sorry, it was the Lord, rather, done by Ling. And with this, looks like Trevor's gonna be Trevoring right here. Goes back to his turf right now as Execration has a lot of space for more pushing onto the turrets. And here we have the Lord marching in to the middle side, adds lots and lots of lane pressure for the side of BSB.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I have to agree with what you said earlier. This Lilia, I don't feel it on the map at all, right? I feel like it's not doing as much as I think it should. And right now, because of that Execration, I think they want to go for another team fight here. Lord is hammering on the tower already, but they caught Hate. He is forced to use Tempest of Blaze to make an escape. He's very low, cannot join the fight at all. Zapno in the front with the Color Inferno activated already, just zoning everyone in, but that was a close call.
Close call indeed, denying everything to and fro. That was like a good tug of war. Really demonstrated well, but look at that again. Atlas compiling it too, and throw that the throws, and look at it. Selena wields the arrows and that overall team skills, and Cho just reeling with the way of the dragon, cornering the members of BSB. My oh my, kills here too and fro, exposes a lot for the base, and Ling won't go down as well without a kill, and it looks like this is the conclusion of our game number 1 by Execration.
Beautifully done here. Execration showing how they really play. And this is the Execration that I remember. This is how they play. I feel like the Execration that we saw a few days before were a bit of, I would say, trying out some new stuff. Because that time, I think Chakna was on a support. I think Angela or something, right? Which he really excels in heroes like this. Some beefy, tanky ones. Like this Atlas, his perfect use of his ultimate Fatal Links to really drown out enemies, compress them, and then enable Zapnu to really do the AoE damage. I feel like it's doing a marvelous job of keeping the team fights in the favor of BSB, of Execration, and keeping Hate alive.
Indeed, and everything was done pretty smoothly by Execration, and I'm pretty sure Mr. 100% will be so happy with his predictions coming in through.
Oh,
But you know
yeah.
what, panelists? Let's see what you have to say. Come on, Wolf, take it away.
Thank you so much, Sayan. Rock hard, amazing cast. Somebody here is happy. Starting strong. Sword and Leo, of course, your panelists. Man, that is something that we did not. Well, we did say that Execution will win, but Sword and Leo, that isn't what exactly. It didn't go as exactly as we expected. What happened in there?
I feel, well, definitely what Rockhard said in his closing remark earlier, with Chaknu being on a more comfort hero, definitely paid dividends for Execration this time around. And I think we're going to be seeing a priority ban for Atlas against Execration in the near future, or even in the next game.
Yeah, I agree. A lot of the performers here in this matchup were the frontliners. And I mean, all of them in Execration were essentially up close and personal when it came to the fights, right? But one person here to note is Chaknu, right? Chaknu here on the Atlas. Every time I would check in on how the whole team is doing, Chaknu's numbers were how do we say, modest, right? He had a lot of assists, but what really he did could not be put into numbers. He blocked a lot of what BSB was bringing onto the table. You have the Kajo head combo, you know what I mean? It's the straight up CC -1 formula, but because of the Atlas, the Divine Judgment and the Ejector and the Ejector and the Unstoppable Force, they don't do much because you don't want to throw out an Atlas. And because of that, Ling here, Hate, and Zap and Benny Cutie and Ito Max, I just named all of them, they were all able to do more than what their kits of their heroes were made to do. So with that being said, despite our odd prediction, it was a gamble really, because there's the draft would say otherwise. Execration here, they deserve this.
Yeah,
And I also
I
feel
think
that
I agree with you. Yeah, go ahead.
I also
Charlie.
feel that on the flip side for BSP, we kind of hyped Shider Cutie in the pregame. His performance on the Lilia, definitely forgettable. If BSB want to take anything out of this series, he has to step up, man.
Yeah, that's true. I think that from BSB in general, they need to step up their game, because they don't have the bad draft. They don't have a bad draft, honestly. That draft came into a point where both of them have their own set of win conditions, and it's very much achievable from both ends. I think that it's maybe if there's something that we can say about a draft, the Lilia is no longer the best hero, at least in the mid lane, and I'm sure that there are a lot of alternatives, I think, for the Lilia. So maybe that's why. But nevertheless, in terms of how they execute, I think that they have not been able to like make Execration pay for their sort of greed for the Ling, or like the funnels or the money ball onto the Ling, right? It could be done. Unfortunately, I think that they aren't there when it comes to the strategic depth. So at least for me, what they need to change is how they execute and how they approach the strategy of game number 2. But for you guys, Swarly and Leo, what do you think should change now for BSB come game 2?
Definitely ban the Atlas first and foremost. Like, letting the Atlas through to the last phase of the ban, it's a big no-no, especially with how good, how effective the hero is. That he's on an 8. The hero is now 8-1, 8-1. It's just ridiculous. If you don't respect that, just take it at least for themselves, and definitely switch it up. BSB definitely need to switch it up, because I think they're holding on to the past right now, and it showed with that Lilia pick, and with the smorgasbord of new heroes that we're seeing all over the MPL around Asia. They definitely should try something else.
Yep, I agree. The money ball is where it's at, friends. Like, you should not ignore that. And I think here in game 1, BSB were holding on to this mage mid. We can put the marksman in the same, and they were kind of splitting their dividends here. But the thing is, money ball is the way. So you got to pick one hero, give him everything. That's just how it is. I'm not sure if BSB is on the same page, but game 1 should be a lesson. So game 2, pick one carry, all right? Pick one carry, and don't make your only frontliner Uranus. It's not enough. If it was maybe someone else, if it was maybe Hylos got banned, maybe a Lolita, or someone who has a more significant amount of CC, then that would have been okay. Would have made the Lilia hurt a little more because people would actually be staying in place. But, you know, again, bottom line, Moneyball, bro. Moneyball.
Yeah, you know what? I was browsing through my Facebook for a little bit, and I think that most of our viewers are watching, and even Leo here talking about Itumax or Etumax or Itumax with the Selena. How good was that? I mean, I think that is something that we have not yet touched in terms of the depth of analysis, but. Yeah, how important is Etomax in his performance as a role player now for Execration? Because if you remember, when Etomax was more of a core, like a legit core, or like the hyper carry of the team, they weren't that successful. But now in a more reserved role, or more, I guess the term is a role playing position. Is he more effective? Leo, I think that you might want to say something about this.
Yeah, there's a polar difference between these two lineups. On one end, Execration, all of them were frontliners. All of them were out there, and they have two solid, not just two, like basically all of them could have really started with an initiation. Zapnu on that Tams, as we saw yesterday, where Kilowash on that Tams were starting fights with Cotton Inferno. On the other end, BSB, I think we should focus on them a little more. You can't really just put Uranus up there. You can't make Uranus a frontliner, not just him. That's a stark difference between their two lineups, hence the Execration victory. So that's something that really should be troubleshot here by BSB.
Right, I like the term troubleshot. The past tense of it makes sense, but nevertheless, it's is this going to be a ban on Atlas?
Your
or
team
apparently not yet. It seems.
Apparently not yet. Yeah.
Not yet.
Sorry. Talk to me through this. What happened?
Well, definitely, we're talking about the Moneyball BSB. They're playing a lot greedier. I think what's really important in this meta right now for Mobile Legends is that tempo core, the tempo control core player, because not all teams know how to execute that properly yet, because they're used to having that greedy, the mage and the marksman both getting farmed. But recently, I find that having that mid who likes to control the tempo, like even the Harris is kind of making a comeback in this meta, I feel, just because, you know, once he gets that Zaman Force, he can try and make plays. So I think BSB definitely need to pick a tempo control hero.
Okay. How about you, Leo? Execration. Execration having access to their Atlas and other playmakers like this. Joyd and Cho. What can we expect from this team? Will we see another like Ling from Execration, another potentially Atlas? You know, the strategy that they employed in game 1, should it be transferred in game 2? Because BSB seems like they're allowing it to happen.
Yeah, interesting from BSB that their first call is to pick up the Tams. I don't know what they saw from Zapnu's Tams earlier. Role player, I gotta give him that. It was all right. It was great. It wasn't stellar though. It wasn't amazing. But this carry pickup also seems a little preemptive. Really could have waited for 4 and 5. But yeah, there you go. The answer has been given to us. It's the Ling once more. Wow, Execration here, single-handedly trying to raise Ling's win rate. That's amazing.
I think BSB are actually like, I feel them picking Thams and carry this early is just them showing that they are scared they are going to lose heroes. Because usually in the earlier phases of the draft, you like going for those flex picks, right? But then they pick two cores right off the bat alongside the Kaja. So there's a bit of a fear, I feel, for BSB that they are scared that Execration will take their heroes away from them. And that's not good in terms of the competitive mindset, because that is drafting not to lose instead of drafting to win.
All right. So a fair point. It's like being proactive and being reactive. There's the ban on the Selena, and Leo, it looks like you are sort of happy for BSB that they did this, or are you not happy for this?
More. I kind of lost my train of thought, but I think what I was gonna say was, are we seeing BSB? Are they being exposed here that they have a small hero pool, at least for what's capable or strong in this meta, right? Because that's what it seems like. It's because they seem to be struggling with what heroes are available that could perform.
Yeah. Atlas is available, man. But I'm kind of missing your Grok Chang or the Minotaur.
There we go.
Play
It's
by
the Atlas.
Chakno.
Oh wait, did he hear you?
No way.
Did he hear you there? I think he heard you.
This is gonna be hype. I hope. Come on, lock it in. But Atlas is much better.
This might be good.
No.
The Atlas is safer.
Yeah.
Atlas
Atlas is just way more
as much as I
effective
want
right
that.
Yeah, Minotaur for old time's sake, but yeah, this is fine.
Yeah. I mean, the
BSB's
Minotaur
draft
is no
doesn't
longer
really feel good.
a hero. Yeah, now that we are talking about how as a whole these drafts work, I want to ask you guys on how BSB and Execration will be looking into the game and who's gonna win it, if so ever.
Man, for BSB to have any chance of winning this game, they need the perfect Kaja game, which is asking for a lot, I feel. Kaja has to do so much for them to have any chance. And Execrations, their lineup, it just works. It's so much easier to execute. Plus, the Chakno Atlas. How can you bet against the Chakno Atlas after a game 1 like that? So it's Execration all the way for me.
Okay.
Yeah. This looks like game 1. Honestly, we get a little more in favor of BSB, but staying the course, BSB, to solve a big problem, they gave it a small solution. So I don't know how that's gonna spell out. I'm still gonna give this to Execration. Very favorable for them.
All right. Yeah, me too. I think Execration, they have the same draft essentially, or the same recipe from game number 1, different ingredients but same recipe. And I think that BSB have not solved it yet. Yeah, surely the Lilia is the Esmeralda is much better than the Lilia, but they might not have enough to solve the problems of Execration. So it's gonna be unanimous here from the panel as a decision to give our predictions to Execration. But let's see, how about you, Say and Rockhart? Who do you think is gonna win this?
Well, I don't know, but I'm really big fan of Estes here, but I think Chakno's Atlas is gonna find them the roadmap to victory, if you know what I mean. High-level memes. Anyway, we are back to game 2 here. Rockhart and Seiya on the caster table once more. So, Seiya, do you agree with the panel? Does Execration feel like it's easier to execute here?
To me, I agree with the panelists this time because simply because why fix something that isn't broken? Okay, they managed to just ban out the Selena and take away the thumbs as what they said, but you know, like what Wolf said, same different recipes but same way on how they get things going. And without further ado, this is our second game of our match 1 between BSB and Execration. And going back here, Rockhart, I also feel a sort of, let's say, a very, not so very, but more on, in terms of champion pools or hero pools, I think Execration has the upper hand right here because BSB wasn't really able to find a better solution to what they had during game number 1, and this is what we're witnessing right now. Even though with the Selena out of play and the Toms not in their hands, that's not really gonna deter Execration from doing the similar strategy that they had during game 1.
Yeah, Itomax back from a full hitter to a semi-hitting support to a full support here on the Diggy. I mean, it kind of does the same thing with Chaknu on the Atlas. I mean, if you watch the replays of last game, almost all of them were big-time fatal links from Chaknu's Atlas. So I would say this is a pick that was snubbed, and I think that's a big mistake as well. But again, BSB, I'm still, a lot of people, if you play on the ranked games, they really like this carry, they really like this Estes. Let's find out and see if that's going to be effective here as well.
Indeed, because the carry has this big late game potential. If ever so, they make it to that certain point, which I'm pretty sure that Execration won't allow to happen as well. But again, like what you said, for the side of BSB, they have they managed to actually patch or put some band-aid around what happened with that lacking Lilia damage.
At least somehow, like, just band-aid it a little bit, right?
Here.
Yeah, so we'll have to wait and see. I mean, it's a different pick. It's a little bit difficult to execute, like Swirly did say. This Kaja is gonna have to do a lot, right? So I wonder if they can do it right now, though.
Okay, with that being said, it looks like they are huddled up together here, but too close for comfort as they manage to escape in a very fashionable way in time for them to not really get picked off. But that isn't really going to be the case for both sides, and I think they will just go back to farming and just slowly scaling until they are quite confident enough with the items that they possess, and, you know, let's see if they can really get that pick off.
But I don't know. I feel like the later on this game goes, I feel like Execration is still gonna get ahead. Because if you look at BSB's lineup, I mean, okay, carry is super duper late game strong, but everyone's mid game strong as well. Great Fatal Links again! Oh my god, that was explosive on the right targets, removing Jaraxnu immediately after that fight. And now Trevor, no one to support, goes down as well. Double kill on the Ling. Wow, what a play from BSB.
Is a beautiful fatal link done by the Atlas right there. It really sets the game up. All they have to do is just really wait for the compiled members of BSB to just really go in a very sticky situation, and Ling and company just goes for the kill, and that is something that I have to commend for, because 3 minutes in and they're already killed down, and in terms of goal they're 1k ahead, and they are not gonna stop there and will be taking a turret take.
Yeah, flashy plays all around from Execration, because you know what, if you look at their battle spell, I mean, all of those are you know what I mean, they're all flickers. And speaking of which, a nice try from Zapnu. I like that. Very proactive plays coming in from members of Execration, and if you have these flicker spells available, they should always be on cooldown. I feel like you should always try to use them, always try to get those kills, because if you're not, it might be a waste, right?
Yeah, definitely. And you can't really afford to waste resources, especially if they're not deemed necessary. And going back here, the rotations of BSB is quite interesting. I mean, it's already a given that the Thams it's going to be here in the lower sides. But you know what? The pressure is on because Execration is just applying a lot of pressure. They go for that tower dive. But again, in return, Diggy will be getting that kill, investing a time's journey. But that is enough for the Ling and the Jawhead to back away, and now they're transitioning onto the middle side, you know, having that potential takedown per se, when if ever so that they manage to stray away.
Super disjointed fight there from from Execration on the bot lane, right? It was a weird decision for Hate to use Tempest the Blades for basically escaping, engaging, and then escaping right away. I feel like they said, oh my god, let's go take this target. And then 5 seconds, 0.5 seconds later, oops.
Okay,
so a little waste there for Execration. Never mind is going to be the call, but again, wasted opportunity, and that's going to be make up here by Chaknu. Oh man, Ling wants to go for another one here, and everyone is just doing a good job of keeping your HP bars up. The great time journey actually made a big difference, but the problem is, everyone from Execration, they're not in a good position to actually clean up the low HP members of BSB.
Do you like messy? Well, this is messy, and this is what we witnessed just now. That was a very good beginning, or the start of the team fight. But again, Execration wasn't able to retaliate all throughout, but now they're actually making up for it by having that skills. But again, going back to the fight that we had earlier, it was a good start. Here, onto the replay. It was a very great start when Ling had it all, but now it became a bit messy when they had to disperse. And here, if you're going to see the times journey, only accumulate some of the team members, in which case, that kind of really turned the table around for the side of BSB for Carry to get that free hit.
Yeah, if you're a fan of Execration, you'd be thinking, what was that about? They had great execution, they started off so well, but on the cleanup, people were like hesitating, like, okay, what target do we actually go for?
Yeah.
Is this the right target? Are we gonna attack this? And then everyone just ended up like walking. It looked like they were just walking all around, right? So a bit of a questionable play there from Execration. Will they be able to make it up though? That's something we'll have to find out.
Well, they have to do it fast because if, like what I've noticed early into the draft, the Carry here has this mid to late game potential that can really swipe the initial dominance of Execration right now. And again, seeing it as it is right now, the STs would really be super beneficial when positioned right, and the heals are placed in a timely manner. Will be throwing Trevor, and now goes for this potential pickoff.
Oh boy, look at that! And this time around, Execration looking a lot more, I would say, decisive, but this time, BSB, they seem to be a bit more sturdy. They look like they're more fed. The right people are in the right position, the tanks in front, Jeraxnu dancing in and out, and they will be able to get ahead on that exchange. Shider Cutie as well was able to pull off some pretty good Frost Moon shields there, enabling, basically draining the HP bars, the shield bars of Execration, if you look at this replay.
Indeed, and this is where it goes. Fatal Links will be on timely place, but that's not really going to be enough because the Carry was in a position wherein he can free hit in a very smoothly manner. And just like that, the Carry was able to cut the Ling in the process, and this time I think BSB is showing some signs of life. It only has to really scale all throughout as the game progresses, and the best thing that Execration can do right now is to pin down one of the squishier heroes, which is again if I'm not mistaken, it could be the Carry and followed by the STs, and that was the initial plan actually during that replay. It just so happens that in terms of, I think, prioritization of the target, it kind of was a dispersed decision.
Yeah, I mean, it was basically just trying to stay alive. I don't know if they were trying to stay alive or just trying to go for targets there. But overall, I feel like Execration, they're still pretty much ahead, despite only having a 1k gold lead. To me, in my eyes, as long as Hate is doing a good job, as long as his stat line looks good, as long as the goal distribution is still favoring into this super mobile, hard-hitting assassin, I feel Execration is still in a good position. So right now, again, Cap 1, looking for targets here, needs to find Hate soon.
Yes, indeed. But you know what? This is some of the things that I noticed that wasn't really highlighted earlier. Okay, we saw it in the replay. Okay, they were having that team fight onto the middle side of the lane, but you noticed that the Cho was, still missing in action and really went for that turret take onto the top side. What I think that Execration plans to do here is to just really go for split pushing, because it's not every time that the objectives has to be a kill. Sometimes good map control is also essential for the things that you can do to actually go and be flexible on your scaling. And speaking of scaling, Divine Judgment is going to be used, and then Falling Star Moon to really pin the members of Execration off, but Ling will be taking that kill, and they're not going to stop here. Quite dispersed, but it's not enough because the members of Execration is here to really go into the aid and will be pinpointing down the members of BSB. Whew, well, that was a lot.
I had to stop myself from laughing there a little bit because Cap 1 went for a Divine Judgment and then ran in a weird direction. Right now, though, it's a great fight coming in from Execration. Huge Tempest of Blades there coming from Hate. And despite everyone being super low, Execration came out on top, wiping out 3 members from BSB.
Making them super high as they go here onto the Lord side. Rock Hard Distance all going back to the momentum of Execration. And like I mentioned earlier, all they need now is to really just, go and scale. And this is what I was telling you earlier. The show earlier was missing in action simply because they wanted to be more flexible in terms of map control. And this is what we're seeing right now, Rockhard. They managed to get the Lord and they managed to snag off more of the resources that were in play onto the turf of BSB. So what will BSB do right now? They have limited resources up on their hands, and the only ones that they have are the minions incoming. And I think the best bet that they could do is to pin down that first of all the Diggy, and then second of all I think to waste the skill set of Link first, then goes for the kill. But the question is, will they be able to do that? They have the Atlas and the Jawhead really standing by to protect these squishy heroes.
I gotta agree there, Seiya, because I feel like Itomax is doing a great job of keeping Chaknu alive, but this time Chaknu, not really so much of a flashy player that we saw last game, more of a slow commit, and that weird switch up in terms of the way that he plays, I think that threw BSB off their game. Right? They were expecting Chakno to go crazy, that's why they probably went with a Kaja, but it's not as crazy as we saw last game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is where the variety of hero pools come into play. It's really advantageous because you get to play with some sort of mind games right here that, you get to really one-up the predictions that your opposing team will be getting. And that's what you said. They expected Chakno to be a bit more crazy, but now that he is just here, being, really stealthily and, just standing by into supporting. So now we are now witnessing BSB members just really taking this blue buff away to not any potential steal, but that fatal link once more will be so beautifully made. And Ling here, as I said, will be pitched, but this is not over. Members of Execration are going down one by one. Falling Star Moon onto the Diggy. The Endure will be used as the spell, but that's not going to stop them because they will have that pick-off. And this is what I've been telling you, Rockhard. They just need to pin down that Ling because Ling is one of the threats here for BSB.
Yeah, I gotta say, Chaknu with a very questionable Fatal Links that time around, because after he went for Fatal Links, I think the only one who was there was the Diggy. So the Diggy just threw a time bomb and then... wink, wink moment there. So I don't know. Execration, though, they are gonna go for the defense here in the mid lane. Chaknu all alone. Zapdo here for the backup, clearing the minion waves perfectly, while Benny Cutie on the bottom lane takes out an inhibitor turret right there.
Yes, indeed. And again, I love it how the Cho is really opting for that split push potential because he's doing it great. And he was able to expose the bottom side of the base against BSB. So this is a good opportunity for him to really go backdoor while the other members of Execration just really go and distract and keep members of BSB preoccupied. But how can that happen if Ling keeps on getting picked off by the members of BSB, and now they're on to the next. Here, Etomax here wasted his time's journey, and he will be the one next sent back to respawn time. And here, we are seeing Execration in a pinch as maybe this could be a potential comeback for BSB.
Oh man, BSB, I feel it. They can feel the win. Only 2 members alive from Execration. They can go. And that's going to be a falling star moon. No targets hit. Fatal links on almost everybody. Does not make a difference. Benny Cutie all alone trying to go for the minions. Can he clear it in time? One makes it through. And that will be it. This, I think, is going to be the first time we're going to see a 1-1 this week. BSB come out with a win.
That Mr. 100% is not so 100% right now, but checking at the post-game stats real quick right here, Rockhard. It was a very close fight, but all throughout, BSB was able to pull themselves off by just really pinning down the Ling. And when they did that, it went really smoothly onto their favor and getting in that comeback.
I gotta say, wow, Cap 1, when the whole game's not so remarkable, but in that last one, catching the Ling in the wall, and then everyone in Execration panicked. So I don't know what happened there. I think Wow.
Yeah, I mean, it's really about pinning down the link. But you know what? Let's see what the panelists have to say. I want to see Leo's reaction. Wolf, take it away.
Amazing cast from Rockhart and Zaya. And as Leo does his signature
He's frozen.
face.
He's frozen in
frozen.
time now.
Whoa, are you actually frozen, Leo?
No, I'm not.
Hello? No, that's just acting. Acting.
I'm just
Never
sad, dude.
acting,
I'm just
boys.
sad.
Give that
Alright.
man an Oscar right now.
Give that man an Oscar, man. Yeah, Leo, I think you're on the hot seat right now. What happened in there? Why do you think Execration weren't able to close in on that victory?
Well, early on, it seemed like Execration had it. They were doing what they did in Game 1, and, they let hate do hate things on that Ling. But there was a turning point wherein I noticed that they were a little too, I don't know, what do I say? They're too bold. They were just, they were out there, and they were making moves that weren't sound. Sometimes Chaknu would come in up front with very little follow-through, or not even a guarantee of anyone to get with the RKO. So with that being said, that gave Jaraknu some space to actually do carry things. And later on in the game, towards the end, when they were getting those wipeouts, or at least not enough on the side of Execution to defend, that opened up the window for BSB to close up and take the series, our very first third game in the MPL once we have resumed. So that's impressive. I gotta give it to them. As sad as I am, that is good on BSB.
All right. Shider Cutie now stepping up 4-1 and 4. Swarty, can you comment on how BSB was able to muster their strength and take down Execration in that match?
Well, they do give the MVP to Shider Cutie here, but I asked in the pregame that if BSB were gonna get anything out of this game, it had to be on the Kaja and Cap1. Cap1 definitely came to play in this game because he had so many assists plus that crucial pick onto Ling that basically just secured them the victory. Kaja, Cap1, don't sleep on that guy.
Not at all.
Possibly. In Game 1, Execration, they saw that the Kaja was lukewarm, but now they slept on him. That's exactly what happened. They were flickering in front of the Kaja. They didn't care, and Cap1 made them pay. So that's essentially one of the things that made BSB get ahead here. So this is good. It worked out.
As Reptar likes to say, Execration were definitely way too gung-ho in this one.
Yeah, I'm not sure if some of the viewers, including me, don't understand that reference. But yeah, can you? Heck, you know what, guys? We have this group. We have a group discussion. I don't know if it's okay to plug it here, but yeah, there's a group. It's called Zen Lang Malakas. Just go there. And Renmar, one of our casters from English stream, as well as Butters and Midnight from the Tagalog stream, they're also discussing stuff in there. And I think that this is where we can have a very long discussion of what happened in the match. And here's the thing, right? Swarly, you were mentioning about this gung-ho thing, and I think it's kind of touched upon during the discussion. But can you explain to our viewers what that means and how it affected the match between Execration and BSB?
I'll try to put it as simply as possible. Gung-ho is when you act, when you leap before you look. That's my simplest
Leap before
way
you look.
of
Love
explaining.
it. Love it.
Yeah, when you leap before you look. And we praised Chaknu so much in that first game, but what did he do? Yes, he got the fatal links off, but where was his teammates? They were a screen away. Definitely Execration, yes. They have to. Yes, they revel in the chaos, but that was way too chaotic even for them.
I see.
Your team is
Now, Leo, is there anything that we can expect from both BSB and Execration come Game 3? Are we gonna see Atlas now banned by BSB, or will actually Execration use it again? Is banning the Selena the way to go, at least for BSB now in this match? talk to us through what we can expect in the Game 3 draft.
Your team
Here's
is
the thing. When you say Execration, we've seen them often enough across the MPL seasons to give them like an identity, right? BSB, when I look at them, they're like that friend that you know that you have some jokes with, but you don't really hang out with as often. So when you're trying to ask like, what can you expect in a matchup with BSB and Execration, and you're seeing Game 3, you've seen 1 and 2. They've made a little bit of adjustments. I can't even tell if it's worth it to ban the Selena here, or if they'll let Execration pick up the Atlas. But it looks like they are, and it looks like Execration, they're trading here left and right. My dude, do you see this? The Tams is back on Execration. They're gonna pick up the Esmeralda, and BSB goes for the Jawhead and the Cho. You could literally just block off the names and go back to Game 1. That's what it is. That's what it looks like.
Bruno.
Yeah, definitely.
The respect
Makes me
coming
think-
into play for both teams.
Yeah, Swarly, what's happening here? Why is the Thams like the prime commodity between these teams? Is it because of like the comfort for both teams? Is it probably the better offlaner right now instead of the Uranus, because Uranus has been shunned in this series? But yeah, what do you think?
I feel that Thanos is the definition of one of the better tempo control heroes, just because of how sustainable he is.
Natalia.
Like before the Necklace of Durances, and if the player also gets Vengeance as well, in the first 5 minutes, it's almost impossible to kill off the Thams unless you bring 3 or more heroes, and that is so much space for the rest of your team.
Okay. How about you, Leo? Now that we are done with the first set of picks, is there something that you want to take note? By the way, Atlas has been banned. Selena not yet banned by Execration. Is BSP looking to get this, or will Execration get their hands on the E2 Max Selena once again?
It's possible. It's possible. But if they do that, they might. No, they're not. They're not running out of.
Whoa!
Oh no! I was gonna say pick up the Selena, because they're not gonna run out of marksmen. Execration, they already have their Bruno. They won't try to steal the carry anymore. But instead, they go back to the Lilia. This seems interesting, man, to say the least, and that's being very kind. Itomax here gonna get his Selena for sure. But the reason why I think they didn't get the Selena is because they have the Natalia. What's the interaction there? One has wards and an arrow that can hit from a mile away, and then the other can just literally keep an eye on you. This is I haven't seen this interaction before. This hasn't happened.
I hope BSB has something in their pockets, inside their pockets right now, because this Lilia, we saw it in Game 1, it didn't work. I'm not entirely sure if it can work now. Selena now gonna be picked up by Execration with an Akai, a hero that we haven't seen as of late. Not
In a
sure
while.
this will work. Yeah, in a very long time. But this is a Chak News special anyways. It's a signature hero. Nevertheless, we don't know we don't know if this will be successful in this game. Leo and Swarly, now is the time to ask for your predictions. Who do you think is gonna win it? And if so, how are they going to win it?
Yes, sure, BSB have the momentum from the Game 2 win, but yeah, 2 things are questionable for me in their draft. It's that Lilia and that Natalia. Unless it's Edward from Blacklist playing that Natalia, I have my doubts about the hero, because so far he's the only one that has been successful with the hero, and going up again, I think the Akai is also a very good pick against that Natalia, just because he has so much AoE. If he pins you with that Hurricane Dance, he can just 1,000-pounder you as well. Even if you don't show yet, if he feels you're there, Chaknu can easily catch you.
Okay.
And
How about you,
definitely
Leo?
Execration.
Yeah.
All right. I'll say Execration as well. Only one man so far in the MPL has had my heart when they pick up the Natalia, and that's Baloy, Greed himself. So I gotta say it's a little shaky, the lineup on BSB. I respect him for Game 2, but Game 3 here, I think Execration is gonna take the series.
All right. So I think Execration will also take the series 3-0 from the panel. What do you think, Rockert and Seiya? Who's gonna win this series? Take it away.
Well, that really is the question, isn't it? On the first Game 3 for Week 4 here between BSB and Execration. I'm Rockhart alongside me, Seiya. And
Yeah.
5 seconds
I-
till the enemy reaches
I
the
don't
battlefield.
know.
Smash them.
It's pretty
All
interesting
troops deployed.
because BSB was going good in terms of game 2, but I don't know now on game 3 because I would agree with others when they say that Greed was the only one who pulled off the Natalia pick.
that's true. I mean, it looks shaky. The BSB lineup, it looks experimental. It looks like a
Yeah.
lineup that was thrown
Yeah.
together, right? Because it does. The Natalia this time around obviously is a little different compared to what it was before. Huge rework really put Natalia from a walking ward into someone that really can take the kills with the rework hits. So the Natalia here might be a little bit more gold dependent. Maybe he can get more share of the gold. He's a hero that works well with more gold, so I'm not sure. Maybe he might get some of the resources away from Jiraxnu this time around.
Gold, gold, gold indeed. It's really about money making here and going back to the draft that we have. You can't really afford to be greedy, especially when one of your core heroes needs it. So in this kind of setup for BSB, it makes you go, you know, and I kind of have that vibe when we had that draft earlier. I mean, it was going pretty good at the start. Then it went okay, but then going back here into our lineup, looks like Trevor will be opting for Benny Cutie right here. But you know, really seeing the dangers that lurk, as there are a lot of members of Execration from the bottom side. Again, prioritizing this turret take is a good call for them, but up to what cost?
Yeah, great tower take there, Execration with much needed gold onto Hate and Ito maps here. And again, because of the replay of the drafts from Game 1, it looks so similar, right, from Game 1?
Yeah.
I feel like it might be a similar situation here. Chaknu, a bit more soft on the Akai this time. Was not able to really do much, but at least he did not go down. Basically denying a much needed kill from either Jiraxnu or Trevor. Shider Cutie as well on a more supportive Lilia mage role. I gotta say, I'm not really favoring the BSB lineup as of yet. Not really showing any much promise, but I'm still ready to have my mind change. You know, I hope BSB changes my mind.
Yeah, definitely. And then this was really similar to game number 2. I mean, at first, we were really siding on with Execration,
Turtle
but now
resurrecting soon.
BSB turned the tables around. But, you know, going back into that pick-off earlier, it was unfortunate for the side of BSB because they kind of invested in 2 spells, but specifically the flicker of Cap 1 and Trevor's, you know, if I'm not mistaken, is this Execute? I wasn't able to see, but I think it's
Initiate
Execute. And going
that's
back
Execute,
right now, it
yeah.
looks like the target for both sides of the team is the turtle. Really understand the logic behind it because it's really something that would add up to the money that they could accumulate. And now it looks like Cap 1 and Itomax just really standing by onto the turtle side, you know, applying vision and to really inform the other members of their team to really, you know, really set it up for a potential team fight.
Yeah, huge emphasis on the turtle. Obviously, they want to go for a team fight here. They seem like they're ready. Chaknu going in hard. Hurricane Dance locks out Shider Cutie, giving a free turtle over to Benny Cutie here. I mean, to Hate, really making the mark on that Bruno with first blood. However, a huge comeback here, of course, coming in from BSB. Still gives a lot of more resources on the blue side, though.
I agree, and so far, even though BSB was able to take a pick-off right there, it kind of gave an allowance for the side of Execration to just really go for that turret take onto the top side. But to retaliate it, BSB was able to get the middle one and really transition themselves to the bottom. So this time around, in terms of push, BSB has it, but up to what extent? Because Execration is catching up. They're the ones who transitions from top to the mid, really focusing on making money right here.
Yeah, penetration item already completed for Hate with the Raptors machete. Gonna be able to get some of those hits really hard into the enemy. And again, the enemy is not that not that tanky, right? We have pretty soft targets on the Natalia, on the Lilia, on the carry. I mean, even their main tank, quote unquote, this Jawhead is not really suitable to take hits from a Bruno. So they have to be careful with how they really engage here in the bottom lane. Gonna be left undefended, traded for the top lane, just like that.
Yes, this looks like a game of tug of war for both sides of the team right now. Really transitioning on getting that push. And but speaking of push, it looks like they will be pinching down Natalia to silence. Lilia was here to really go to the aid, but it's not enough time because it was a bit too late for comfort. And now they transition into the middle side. That was beautiful for the side of Execration. But again, you have to be wary because the top side of Execration will be near to exposed.
Yeah, I mean, right on cue there. Hate showing off that pure DPS, the critical hits from the volleys here of the Bruno. And how many hits did Trevor take? 2 hits? 2 critical hits before he had to dash out, and then he was killed anyway. You see the effect that the funnel is making on to Hate's Bruno. And again, Zapnu just a strong barrier, just absorbing all of the hits of BSB as well. I really like the combination here so far, and like I said earlier, replay game 1 upcoming here.
Yeah, definitely. And speaking of that, looks like Zapnu just really poking away the Cho earlier there onto the top side. But again, if you notice that Execration is really showing prowess right here as, okay, in terms of pushes, if I'm not mistaken, 1, 2, 3, 4, it's actually equal for both sides. But the thing is, in terms of picking offs in skirmishes fights, Execration has the upper hand, and they have a 3K to 4K lead goal right now, meaning they have more gained experiences and goal right here. And that arrow was too close for comfort, but Trevor will be taking that flame shot, and will he survive? But you know, Hate right here just really on the hooks, and let's see if they can be able to catch him. No, I guess not. But in return right here, Carry will be free hitting Zapnu and will be having that pickoff.
Okay, Trevor making use of the Natalia, and I feel like it's more of a mistake on the side of Hate. You know, he was chasing someone who was invisible without anyone to reveal the Natalia, because you need an AoE skill to reveal the Natalia, right, when he's on indie mode. True. I feel like I could hear the hillbilly music playing in my head when he was chasing that. And again, Zapno was the sacrificial lamb because of that. So BSB slowly but surely getting some points in their favor.
Yes, definitely. And their transition from to that blue side and onto the turtle is something really effective. But the Bruno here just goes for a position to free hit, and Esmeralda and Selena will be backing up by killing the members of BSB. And again, the transition from the turtle take for added resources is really much a common strategy for Execration. But take a look at this. The Cho on the top side may be planning to have a similar strategy during game number 2. But like what we've said, there are more members of Execration onto the bottom side. They can easily go for that tower dive if it deems necessary.
Yeah, Raptor's Machete, Endless Battle, Blade of Despair, almost completed here for Hate. So, these Bruno hits are just gonna start getting more and more painful. And right there on cue, got completed. On the replay though, you'll definitely see a huge disarray on the BSB engagement or disengagement. I mean, I guess they were trying to disengage, but man, Execration's lineup is so sticky, you know? Was that? Yeah. Anyway, they will at least get the kick on to E2 Max. Gonna get him a bit low. Unstoppable Force goes hard on the Selena. Not enough to kill him. Chaknu looking for a
Oh.
good opportunity to go in for the dive, locks down the carry, and everyone else from BSB is just scattered across the map with Execration picking up kills left, right, and center.
Double kill.
Whoa!
Beautiful snipe arrow.
Bangya, as they say.
Request
To
backup.
really finish
Wow.
off that team fight. And again, that was beautifully made. I mean, at the very beginning, they were all dispersed, but you know what? The Bruno seems to find his footing and really went on to really prioritizing who to target first. And it was really evident based on the damage that he really inflicted against BSB.
Man, BSB. Once someone makes a small mistake, I feel like you can see them on the map, right? Everyone is like scrambling
Lord,
to
resurrecting
recover,
Yeah.
scrambling to really at least compress together, but they're failing because Execration is just sticking to their members like crazy.
Yeah.
And BSB, their win conditions are slowly fading here in this game.
Yeah, definitely. And again, once more, you really can't neglect the damage output that Hate is really giving BSB. And of course, as much as Trevor here is just on standby, you can't really put that risk on attacking without that confidence and number of members. And speaking of number of members, looks like they will be having a rally right here. Esmeralda with a falling storm into a really committed kill, followed by Bruno with overall free hit capacity. But the carry will retaliate and getting one kill. But up to what extent? Shaka will be thrown away, and Carry will go for that kill, and that leaves us to 2-2 in favor of. I mean, that was a tie for both sides of the team. But again, Lord Take is going to be prioritized, but by Execration, and this leaves them a very good allowance simply because they have more map control.
That's true. Again, Lord will be taken by Execration here. And I gotta say that was mostly because of Hate starting up the Lord. Then I think his attention was a little bit divided. Will I go for Lord or do I help Chaknu here? So it was a little bit disjointed. Otherwise, still overall, Execration will be ahead in that exchange. They got the Lord. But BSB, there are signs of life from this team.
Yeah.
Slowly but surely. Maybe if they can pick off Hate, who is 5-0-4 now, maybe if they can do that, they'll have a chance. But if Hate gets free hits like he's been doing all game long, this is going to be a quick game.
Really, I agree with you on that, and I think the best strategy for Execration to do so is to really pin down the Natalia, because that's what made the beautiful pick off earlier, and that is what I was saying just now. They managed to negate away and erase Natalia into the map, and this is where they go. The Lord is already onto the base. This gives them more allowance to go and split push the remaining turrets that BSP has, and now is the time for the final potential clash right here, but they might be focusing on to the base right here. Rockart, this is all picked for perfect for the Esmeralda, alongside with Bruno just free hitting like there's no tomorrow. Look at that damage, look at that output. It looks like this will be Execration's game for our battle. Man, congratulations to Execration. Wow.
I was really looking forward to the one Hate. Yeah, I wanted to see that sometime, but it's not gonna happen this time around. It's two hates on every target. I like it, and that's what happens when you have a Bruno that is well guarded, well defended, has the Purify, but didn't even need to use it that often. Great teamwork here from Execration, really keeping the funnel strategy alive. On the other side, again, I feel like the resources were just split off too much between their members, right? The Natalia was not able to make use of that assassination potential, even though he did have execute. And Jiraxanu, how do you get high up in the kill score when everyone's just dying on your team?
Indeed. But you know what? I love that picture perfect arrow for Selena earlier. But let's see what our panelists think. And I think Leo's track. Both Swarly and Leo, what do you have to say?
Thanks so much, Rockart and Saya. Wonderful cast once again, as we have seen Leo at least come back from the ashes. Well, like you said, 1-6 is not a bad ratio for
actually
for
8 out of
predicting.
9.
Yeah.
8 out of
8 out of
9
9.
is
Out
all
of
right.
9.
8 out of 9.
What?
That's
Wow. So
that's
that's
well above. Yeah.
88.8888%. Something like that, right?
Some like that. Some
I
like
don't
that.
know.
Some like that.
Something like that.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, two questions, guys. What happened? What was different from game number 2? Because I'm sorry, no. What was different from the game number 1? I mean, because this time, Selena. Sorry, it was game 2. All right, I'm mixing my games here. Right. What was different from game number 2?
Yeah.
From the performance of BSB, as they do let the Esmeralda and the Selena in, and they have this time the Lilia, and it did not work.
I think Execration Execration adjusted this time around. They played well. They still channeled the Hate, but Hate had support now. So Hate had a Robin per se.
Okay.
He wasn't just
Okay.
Batman now.
Yeah.
So it was a lot
All right,
harder
all right.
for BSB to adjust. And they did.
Okay,
They never
okay.
recovered after. Yes, it was close for the first 5 minutes or so. But after Execration started moving around the map more, BSB had no answer.
Okay.
Yeah. Basically, you know what? During the draft of Game 3, I was a little confused. But this MVP here, very well deserved. Hate here, he was just enabled by the all-in lineup by Execration. But yeah, what got me so confused during the draft was you basically took aspects of Game 1 and 2, and I think in the end, both teams, I'll tell you this, both teams took aspects of their draft and from each other in Game 1 and 2 and then put it to Game 3. It's essentially like a trilogy, right? You get the story of 1, the story of 2, and you wrap it up in 3. But Execration, they took the best of all worlds, essentially. They got their Selena back. They actually got a nice carry in Bruno. They were able to... They were able to make Etomax do things so that Bruno here, Execration's Hate, could go 7-0-4 and end quickly. And I like how Swarly said, for the first 5 minutes it was close, but essentially it's half the game, my dude. The game was so fast. In 5 minutes these days, that's halftime. So if by 5 minutes you couldn't close it in or it's not clear, then the team who is ahead will most likely just finish ahead.
Right.
Plus, I found it kind of,
go ahead, Charlie.
I found it kind of sad. I mean, I find BSB's tragic love story with Lilia. They have to end that chapter. They really have to end that chapter.
Say
They tried
goodbye.
it
Let go.
twice. Yeah, just let go. You know, if it doesn't work out anymore, don't force it. That goes to show that goes for Mobile Legends and in life in general. If you're forcing the issue, it's just not gonna work out in the end.
What can we take away now from Execration side now that they suffered the loss from Bren? I think 2 days ago. That's last Friday. Now they won against BSB. Not the best one, but before you answer, I want you to think about the answer. What can we take away from this victory from Execration? But before that, I'd just like to remind everyone that you're still watching MPL Season 5, of course, brought to us by Smart. Together with the PLDT Smart Foundation, in partnership with Smart, we can help our frontliners as we stand together to be the real heroes in these challenging times. Support our frontliners through SMS by texting donate to 3456. That's donate to 3456, and donation is open from April 22nd until July 16th, 2020. Also, MPL Season 5 is brought to us by sponsors Realme Smartphones, Logitech G, our official headset partner, and organized by Moonton. Yeah, and you know what? I know that you're so excited about talking about the game, but I would just like to remind everyone that our e-party is still going on again. It's still in full swing. Make sure that you visit the official music video of the 515 e-party and make sure to join in on the fun. It's still on, and check it out in the client. I think I'll have to hold on to my question later when we come back, because now we need to go through a break. When we come back, it's going to be series number 2. Do not go away, because MPL Season 5 will be back.
Still waiting for your epic battle? Wait no more. Make the switch to Smart LTE. And experience greatness with the country's fastest mobile data network. Are you game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day, for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
Grandpapa had a metal plate from his time served in the war. When it came to taking medicine, the man was non-compliant. He'd tell me, hey, what would you say if I could build a little vessel that could take us to another time and place?
Realme C3. Triple camera, gaming monster. Realme smartphone.
Still waiting for your epic battle? Wait no more. Make the switch to Smart LTE. And experience greatness with the country's fastest mobile data network. Are you game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day, for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
In time minus 10.
The situation
9,
is critical.
8,
The data doesn't seem
7.
right.
Check pressure. It can't
5,
be stopped now.
4, 3.
Okay,
2,
get ready.
1. Launch.
Game on! Party on!
That hurts. Where am I? Stay back. Don't come near me or I will not go easy on you. Huh. You're hurt.
Just like that, the story of Pawpaw and Koopa began, under strange circumstances.
Wanna take a bite?
And so Koopa and Popple shared their first meal together. Despite being trapped in a dangerous pit, they both felt a warm feeling growing within their hearts. Days quickly passed and our two little fellows didn't have much food left.
Shoot! Let me go! Ow! Huh? You saved me? I think I just found myself a new friend.
Popple and Koopa are the best partners in the world!
Defeat the enemy, I'm full of energy. I can lead a team to victory. Got the first blood, too legendary. Taking you all out, go RIP for another layer. Ay. Let me see you moving, never gon' stop. Ay. Epic fight queen, that's so hot. Ay. Let's celebrate, we got two shots. Come and battle, come and battle. Ay. Let's hit the next level. Ay. Come and battle, come and battle. Ay. I'm the real game, right rebel from Earth to space. We party, place to place, I need from Earth to space. Mobile Legends, stop the race. Party on, game on. Game on. Party on. There'll be a party every night. Don't hold your breath, let's play tonight. Game on, party on. Tell me who you're gonna be, that's on your mind. No one can stop, it's time to shine. We are young, things will be fine. Danger comes, I won't hide. We are leading the trend tonight. We are young, things will be fine. Danger comes, I won't hide. Legends won't fade away tonight. Party on, game on. Game on. Game on. Party on. This is how we be topping a session. One family, that's how we present it. We got fans from all over the world and come together and we show them how we do it. Form team, fight for justice. We all gon' make it worth it. We gon' fight for the purpose. Fighting the evil with crystal brightness. Come and battle, come and battle. Ay. Let's hit the next level. Ay. Come and battle, come and battle. Ay. I'm the real game, right rebel from Earth to space. We party, place to place, I mean from Earth to space. Mobile Legends, stop the race. Game on, party on. Party on.
It's good to see you.
Killing spree. Godlike.
Legendary.
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Game on, party on!
Experience the youth suffer.
Legendary! Legendary! Triple kill! Maniac! Legendary! Double kill!
Greatest.
Legendary! Our turret has been
It's the MPL Season 5 back in action with your analysts here at the panelist desk. My name is Wolf, your host. With me is Swirly and Leo. How you doing, boys? How was the break? Real quickly, how hyped are you about this next match? It's gonna be really exciting because Geek Fam is gonna go up against a top team, ONIC PH. Swirly, Leo.
I'm
ONIC
okay. I'm
PH
good. I'm
definitely
good.
have.
Yeah,
I'm great also.
We're
Like I just had dinner in that wonderful break, so yeah, I am raring to go.
Yeah. Now, I think that we have to talk about this matchup because Geek Fam is in a very bad spot now in terms of the playoffs, and ONIC PH they're at the top, of course, for the whole broadcast of MPL Season 5. This broadcast is brought to us by Smart, and together with PLDT Smart Foundation, in our partnership with Smart, we can help our frontliners as we stand together to be the real heroes in these challenging times. Support our frontliners through SMS by texting donate to 3456. That's donate to 3456. Nation is open from April 22 to July 16, 2020. MPL Season 5 is also brought to us by our sponsors, Realme Smartphones, Logitech G, our headset partner, and of course, organized by Moonton. Swarty and Leo, I was kind of talking about Geek Fam in the bottom part of our standings, ONIC PH on top. Maybe very quickly, I want you to describe what are the struggles so far.
Geek Fam, I feel that I was expecting more from Why Not, to be honest, heading into this season because he can be a good shot caller, but for some reason, Geek Fam PH are not showing up on the same page so far. And is it a little too late for them to make a run for the playoffs? Maybe, but still remains to be seen. But I really like for them to change things up because they, like in the first half of the season, they were forcing things that weren't really working for them. And I'd like for them to veer away from their unsuccessful picks and just try something new.
Okay. How about you, Leo?
Geek Fam is in the danger zone, man. I just gotta say, they have a lot of veteran players in their lineup, and I thought the shakeup would do them well, but yeah, coming in from Season 4, wherein they were making a run for the top 4, it hurts my heart to see what's happening right now with the family of geeks. But on the other hand here, ONIC PH, man, they're making a run for it. They're not runner-up, almost champion from Season 4. So Season 5, definitely a good time for them.
Okay.
Plus, going back to Geek Fam, I feel that their drafting is very, very spotty right now. It's their weakness. I feel it's their number one weakness. So let's see if they fix it in this game. Number one.
Yeah, it's gonna be a tall order to say the least because ONIC PH is a team that's very very strong. In your opinion, guys, what should we be hyped about when we are talking about ONIC PH? Because for me, there's one thing: their initial rotations. I want you to look. If you're watching ONIC PH, man, you have to put all of your brain power onto focusing on the first 3 minutes of the game. I'm telling you, if you love MOBAs, if you love Mobile Legends, if you love strategies, man, look at ONIC PH. They have a lot in store for us. But how about you, Swardy, Leo? What are you most excited about when you want to watch ONIC PH?
Personally, I'm a big fan of Oh My Venus' Sicilian. He is just so good on that hero. It feels like he can hit Sanguine Claws blindly. Like, no setup necessary. Through the shrubs, through the walls, he doesn't care. He's gonna find you.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of Oh My Venus as it is, but I think a revelation that just happened like towards the end of the first half of Season 5, and as we were, I mentioned this yesterday, was the Oh My Janus connection. Oh My Venus and Jay supporting Wise. That's one of my favorite things to see from ONIC PH, besides the rotations and the way that they push the envelope when it comes to the Mobile Legends metagame. But that aside, I'm also excited to see Fuzakin. I love Fuzakin, even with his days in Sun Sparks. He was playing on the other team prior to season 5, and now with ONIC PH, I want to see them enable him. Actually, I'm a friend of his Facebook, and I was just checking out his timeline, and yeah, he posted. Hopefully, they can guess. You know what I mean? Hopefully, they can guess a win in this series against Geek Fam, and maybe, just maybe, I'm with him. I'm gonna be bold here. We might see a 2-0.
I'm lost, man. Oh my Janus, man. And no, but kidding aside, guys, in this specific matchup, it's ONIC PH versus Geek Fam. The real scary thought is that ONIC PH is looking to be a team that they want to take revenge, or at least they want to be at the top, right? And yeah, I think that they want to win this all throughout, and I'm sure that they're doing all that they want to win this game, win this whole thing, MPL Season 5, right? But Geek Fam PH, if we are talking about Geek Fam PH now, how do you deal with ONIC PH? Because it's incredibly hard at this rate.
All right, not sure if Swarly is amongst us, but I'll answer the question. Wolf. I'll get you there. Geek Fam, on their side, I was bold. I put my cards out there. 2-0 is what I'm thinking here against ONIC PH. So how do you surmise that goal of a challenge? How do you become? It requires biblical terms of effort and strength and control. So I'm guessing play it safe. Play it safe. Geek Fam. Again, they're one of the people or the teams who pushed the envelope. They were the ones who did 3 or 4 arrivals in the playoffs last season. So I'm guessing in this season, or this matchup specifically, fundamentals, and I don't know, man. It's hard to play your game if you're against ONIC PH. So just stay flexible, adapt. That's what I'm gonna say.
Yeah. I think when it comes to being adaptive, Geek Fam is not. It's not foreign to Geek Fam when it comes to being adaptive. I think that there was a time even when they themselves have dictated the meta. I don't know if you recall, but Leo, there was one time when the members, at least of Geek Fam PH, particularly Why Not, he was one of the trendsetters for the masks back then. They kind of use it in a different way, but yeah, I think that it's not gonna be impossible for Geek Fam PH to be adaptive. Now, you know what? I think we have a lot of time, Leo, but I don't know if you'll agree with me with this. This is a fact that I always want to say when talking about ONIC PH. They're very strong because they can swap between their supports as if it's a legit strategy, right? They have Oh My Venus, they have Jay, they have Fuzaken as well.
Yeah,
they are both of these members, these players, man. They're so good. They are really good at what they're doing, and you can really swap out anyone. It's like you're drafting heroes while you're drafting players, right? And I think that's very important. But yeah, aside from that, what else do we like from ONIC PH?
Well, the thing about these 3 supports, or flexi supports, as we call it on the side of ONIC PH, is it just really shows that in this metagame of Moneyball, let's call it that, in this Moneyball metagame of MLBB right now, your core, your hyper funnel target, your carry is only as strong as the supports will let him be, right? So given that ONIC PH is rocking 3 solid championship caliber supports, that just gives Wise the time of his life. And D-Lar just has to chill. D-Lar just has to do D-Lar things.
Yeah.
So with that being said, I totally agree. And the mere fact that the 6th man position in ONIC PH is so specific, it's so how do we say, so catered to what they need. I'm just I'm just impressed, and that's gonna be one of their strengths in this season.
Well, we have someone.
I
here.
have a question because I just
Alright.
came in. Hello, guys. Filling
What's
in
up,
for
what's up,
Sorley
what's up,
real
what's up?
quick here. Rock hard.
Alright.
I gotta say, what's the better ONIC in your position? Because we've been watching ONIC, the newer ONIC, for a while now. Back then, when they had Greed, compared to now that they have Fuzaken and Jay, what's your ONIC pick? Just curious.
All right, I'm gonna answer this first, Leo, because I'm kind of prepared for this. No, but
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
I like this version of ONIC better. I mean, because of two things. I think Greed also fits with Sunsparks. That's my first point. I like this because the swap was actually real good. I think Greed meshes well with Sunsparks, and the strength of Sunsparks did not even diminish. Now, ONIC PH, on the flip side, I think they have improved. Specifically because Fuzaken is an enabler. My moniker for him is actually the Kingmaker. All right, he was able to make KLVJ the king. Maybe he might be able to make another king out of ONIC PH, and that might be wise.
Or a queen,
king, right?
or a queen,
I
you know,
like it.
maybe.
Oh, dude!
Yeah.
It writes itself.
Yeah.
He's gonna make Solomon. He's gonna wise king, the wise
Yeah.
King Solomon.
Yeah,
What?
exactly.
The wise.
I told you, man. I
he's
prepared for this. I am prepared for this
Yeah.
question.
Yeah, he's a Fuzakin maker. He's a Fuzakin maker.
That's right. So yeah,
amazing.
Fuzaken the Kingmaker, he's gonna do it, and then he's got backup. He's got Jay with him. He's got All My Venus, and like I said, they just swap in and out their supports, and I think that's marvelous. I think no other team can do that as of this moment, and ONIC PH should take advantage of that fact. And yeah, to answer Rakar's question, in summary, yeah, I like this version of ONIC much better.
All right. Well, on my end, I gotta acknowledge the fact that yes, you're right. Cedric, Kingmaker, Fuzaken, Posusani is an amazing addition to ONIC right now, alongside Jay, Championship Caliber Jay. But again, coming into this question, what's better, ONIC 1.0, ONIC A New Hope, or ONIC Empire Strikes Back in Season 5?
Oh my gosh!
I gotta bring up the fact that ONIC in Season 4, they were a brand new team. They were so young, and they were pushing the envelope already. Here in Season 5, they kind of have footing, and they're making informed decisions. So on a raw power level, and the way that they performed in Season 4, I gotta give that to that. I gotta say ONIC Season, or ONIC 1.0, was just a sledgehammer. Nay, a jackhammer.
Okay.
It's like they were plugged in somewhere. I don't know where they were taking their powers from. Where are these high school kids coming from? Just slamming down on Bren, on Signal, on Archangel, knocking them out. You know, that's some power for me. But right now, I think what they are is smarter. ONIC 2.0 is smarter, and they're harnessing that strength. And I think everyone is just forced to be smarter to level up alongside them. So yeah, that's my basic answer. Is 1.0 was stronger, but 2.0 is smarter.
Yeah, the experience from the Kingmaker and the former champion, right? So all that raw talent just got compressed, and I gotta say, Geek Fam, they're really gonna be given a run for their money here.
Yeah, I'm sure. And what I really love about ONIC PH is they always go all in. I don't know if you noticed this, but they all in whenever they are facing any kind of team. I mean, I think that even when Geek Fam is in the lower part of our bracket, I think ONIC PH will still be going with guns blazing. I think that they're gonna employ their go-to strategies. You know what? I was so into studying ONIC PH rotations in their first game. I was supposed to release a video about it, but I thought that I want to have to hold out for a bit because I want the right timing on when to release it. And if they do this once again, if they essentially repeat what they did, I'm gonna publish a video. But hear me out. They're gonna do something like an elevator door rotation, or maybe the parting of the Red Sea rotation. All right. I think that we are gonna be joined by
Your team is picking.
Hello?
Well, all right, Swarly, you're back.
I
Welcome
am.
back. Welcome back. All right.
My whole area lost power, unfortunately.
No, it's
yeah, at least it didn't
don't
last
worry,
too
it's
long.
just Hellcurt's ultimate. It
Your
just
team
was
is
Hellcur's
banned.
ultimate, man. Don't worry.
It was just darkness. Yeah.
Yeah.
Your team
Maybe
is
is that a foreshadowing? Are we gonna see Hellcurt in this game? That would be nice.
Hopefully.
is picking.
Effective?
be
Not
nice.
really, but it would be nice.
Your team is picking.
Yeah. That Leo. I'm sorry, I was about to call you Daniel, but Leo. So far they are picking so quickly here. What is happening in the? Wow. Okay, that was fast. Right.
That was
Wow,
a
we're
fast
done.
draft?
No way.
What? It just finished.
Yep. No time to react. No time to react.
All right. Okay, with the limited time that we have, maybe we need their predictions now. Let's start with Leo, I guess. Leo, what do you think about this draft? Who do you think is gonna win it?
Man, just on paper, looking at it, Geek Fam going back to their old ways. They picked up the Nana once more, and as much as I like what Nana brings, her kit, it's just here in the current meta, Moneyball. The Nana only really hits. It's a -1, but it's a soft -1 on the opponent's side. So there's so many other heroes that do that much better. On the side of ONIC PH, it's fundamentalist, and we get to see that Sicilian once more. So that's given me some good vibes. I'm liking it. I'm gonna give this one to ONIC PH.
ONIC PH for Leo. Swarly, very quickly, what's your prediction here?
Before I fell off the face of the earth, I was hyping about the Oh My Venus Sicilian. I am excited for that ONIC PH all the way.
ONIC PH all the way. That's a unanimous decision from the panel as I go with ONIC PH as well. But let's see now. I think we're going to hear Rockhart once again with Seiya for the for the commentary of game number 1. Take it away, guys.
Alright, thank you so much, Wolf and the gang. Rockhart and Seiya here, back for another action-packed cast here at Geek Fam versus ONIC PH.
Indeed, that was one of the fastest drafts that we have seen right now, and
Yeah.
I can relate that the panelists didn't really have time to really break down as to why they picked this. But you know what? Let's get it on to our game number 2 match, game number 1 in our match 2 between Geek Fam and ONIC PH. So just a quick rundown of what we have right here. Like what Leo said, ONIC PH is in a more, they really stuck with the Nana, which is kind of like a bit of old school. I mean, we like this sort of versatility that Nana gives, but at the same time, it really depends on how timely she plays her kits. Meanwhile, for the side of, ONIC PH, very well fundamental here, and what they said, Ken as a potential kingmaker. Let's see if it really plays out, Rockhart.
That's true. Again, the Kingmaker on the classic Fuzuken special here, the Grok, which has been ignored by a lot of the teams, if you notice, ever since week 4 started. Very few people have been picking up the Grok. We'll see if they can make use of this as they are going for an attempt on an invade. Not going to be happening for the meantime. Again, May stuck on the Uranus world away from his teammates. Gives the first blood over to Oh My Venus.
OMG, indeed. This is the very beautiful cage that Grok is giving us right now. Very aggressive and very well supported. And that is what you essentially see during ONIC PH's, every game strategy. And now the best bet that we are looking at right now is the members of ONIC PH really rotating on from the middle to the top side, and which is a good thing because I think this is where they get to garner more and more resources as time progresses. But you know what, Geek Fam will be into their tails as much as they can while really just saying that, oh wait, this is our resources. Don't get it. You can't get it in this early phases of the game. And now going back right here to the top, really pinning down. Why not here? Very early carry with that free hit potential, and now will be taken down once again.
Wow, look at that. Look at that. we've been seeing it twice now. The plan here is to use Fuzaken as the isolation tool to remove Geek Fam PH from their teammates' great rock guardian barrier, and also a good positioning is just enabling them to pick off Geek Fam PH members one by one. So
Yes, indeed.
that's the game plan here for ONIC.
Yeah, I mean, really, because you know what? And the thing is that they allow the carry to get that kill, to give her more allowance, to give the space, to give the gold and the necessary that she needs. Because for the later parts of the game, we will be able to see that power spike. And speaking of that power spike right now, the position is very in a timely manner where the carry gets another kill. But they're not gonna stop there. You know, the Grok is just really placing his skill sets in a very, you know, picture perfect moment.
Yeah, the Grok, man, that's classic. That's also the reason why I said it's a Fuzakin special, aside from the Akai, because ever since he joined the MPL, these are the heroes he's been using. So they are in a very comfortable picking position here, as well as executing like a boss. Another kill over to Cecilion. You came out. Whoa! What a wall out there! Why not? Cannot make it out alive from this one. Perfectly done. Nana on the way back cannot do anything to save his teammate.
I love it how Fuzakin really hits his Guardian's barrier to really cage off at least one or two members of Geek Fam. And that is good discipline. That is good timing from Fuzakin right there. And like we've said, he is really well known for a reason, and he's demonstrating it just that. So Exhort has to exhort into really releasing that blazing duet as early as possible to really shove away the members of Fuzakin. But again, that is an invested skill. CKTD will be thrown off, X-Word will be using his last insanity, but no one will be pursued. Going back right here, ONIC PH is really applying pressure onto the top side. Now, it gives them more leeway to get that crab and to potentially take the turret take onto the top. But going back here, Rockhart, this is really insane. I mean, we are seeing Fuzaken with picture-perfect Guardian's barriers and really helping out the carry all through.
Yeah, the game at 4.5 minutes feels like it's been going on for longer, because ONIC PH, they want to take every fight that they can find. And it's working out so well for them so far. 6-0, and the goal lead is massive for 5 minutes. It's just huge.
You know how fast that they created the draft is how fast ONIC PH is really demonstrating such a dominant play right now, and we are still on 5 minutes. Okay, everything is getting a bit messy right now. Blazing Duet is forced to use and no one will get that hit. This is very dispersed, but I like it how Iaknu shoves away X-Board. Now this gives them the space to go and really get a potential pickoff. Low health on Whiteout right there, and they have to be very careful. X-Board will be pinned down by the Toms successfully right there, and let's see if JO will be going to safety. No, because of the damage spike that carry is giving right now. And of course, you know what, why not take everyone? Let's go here with May really alone onto the sentiments of the map. Going back here, they are just getting all of those kills.
Man, oh my Venus using Sanguine Claws to really zone out the escape route, securing another kill here for ONIC PH. Even before that happened, the individual performance of the members of ONIC PH is just so high right now. You saw earlier, Dilar waited on the battle mirror image and caught Exhort off guard. Just so much beautiful plays happening for the for the guys in yellow right now.
Definitely, and if you notice that the Claude can't really get his footing right, because we've seen that there are invested Blazing Duets that weren't able to really get as much as ONIC PH is concerned. Again, the tower that is going to be used, look at that beautiful set done by Fuzaken, alongside with the freedom carry and Toms onto the back lines, will just get a kill for himself, and Cecilion will just finish this off. A beautiful cleanup done by Oh My Venus.
This is brutal. They're not done. They're wiping out members at least 2 hits each. What's happening here? They're getting demolished one by one.
This is torture, because look at it, 13-0, and look at the gold gap between the two teams. This is phenomenal for ONIC. I mean, I would agree with Leo when he says that ONIC 1.0 was off the charts, off the hooks, really stood down most of our teams. But here, man, they are playing smarter. They are playing smoother, and I just love it how these are all picture perfects, not just by Fuzaken or Cecilion or even the carry alone, but with the help of Thomas and the Jawhead as well.
Yeah, beautifully done again. Individual performance is stellar, but when they work together, man, it is like watching a song playing out. As right now, Geek Fam trying to defend with each and every fiber of their being, but the wall is just displacing everyone so much. Wise inside the base has to just walk on out of there with a phantom step, and then he just has to just really chill out. And so confident right now for ONIC.
Definitely. I mean, you can see how Carry, just really uses second skill to go in.
Boom.
And look at that damage. Bada bing, bada boo. And they're not gonna stop. Mei is gonna be the one next to target. Fama's here with a little bit of kill for himself. And ladies and gents, this is just so dominating that they will be really destroying the turrets to and fro. And they are not leaving any space for Geek Fam to go and really redeem themselves right now. Rockhart, I think this is the conclusion of game number 1 of our battle between Geek Fam and ONIC PH. I mean, this is just insane.
Insane performance. I gotta say, what a phenomenal victory there for ONIC PH. And I have one question for these guys. Where are you guys going? You're not supposed to go out. I feel like they're rushing this because they need to go somewhere. But you're not supposed to go out now. So what are you doing, ONIC? You finished the game way too fast. Again, 16-0 in that one.
Yeah, very dominating. This is insane. I mean, ONIC PH right now is showing their mark. They are really embedding the steps, or embedding everything that they have right now, and they're really trying to prove a statement that, hey, we were once reigning onto MPL Season 4, but now we're back here stronger, wiser, and smarter, and that game just really demonstrated it all.
Yeah, that was brutal. Each and every turn of that game was brutal. Almost each and every time Exort had to pull off a blazing duet, I think it was not charged up. He did not have the time to get activated the Art of Thievery, so the blazing duet's damage was nothing. And then the ONIC PH just capitalized each and every time.
Yeah, but you know what? Let's see what our panelists think right here. I mean, they are shocked as much as we are. Wolf, why don't you take it away?
My goodness. Oh man, that was
brutal.
Probably one of the most lopsided games in the season. Thank you once again, Rockhart and Seiya were left with no words, and I'm sure that Geek Fam is left for no words as well. Nevertheless, I think that in the early game, this is the Kingmakers game. Fuzaken with the Grok blocks was amazing. They played. But then again, what do you think, Sorley and Leo? What happened in that game?
Man, for most of the game, I was just looking at Exort and his interesting emblem choice. I think he went for Wild Power and Retribution as a spell. I get the point that it's kind of like a pseudo bounty hunter in a way, but it felt weird still. Have you guys seen that before?
Nope. First time I'm seeing this combo, at least in professional leagues. I mean, we always have the jungle emblem available to us, but it's not normal. But again, as you mentioned, it's the Kingmakers game early on, and I love how those Guardians barriers really just make for plays that feed into this strategy. And Wolf, you mentioned the elevator. What was that? The elevator.
The elevator door. Yeah.
Elevator door rotation. All right. I'm curious as to what that means. We may have seen it, but you're just putting a name to it. Can you talk about that?
Yeah. So I like that you asked for it. Let's go. I was waiting for this to be asked, but what you do is have 4 members in the mid lane, right? So it's instead of the usual 1-2-2 or the 1-3-1 start, you go 1-4-0. Ridiculous, right? Then you go in the middle, you clear out the wave as soon as possible. At many times even, you do it so fast that the Lethal Wanderers haven't spawned yet. But yeah, in the middle, imagine you have 4 members then you clear out the mid lane, as soon as you do that, you disperse as to the elevator door happens, right? And you part the Red Sea, something like that. So one core, one support, one core, one support, spread. Now, you go to left Lethal Wanderer, right Lethal Wanderer, and it means that you will be able to control both of the Lethal Wanderers, while the opposing mid laners, or at least your opponents, I mean, will be focused on clearing their own wave because you did it faster, right? Because there are 4 members. You cannot match that. Then you also have to take care of your own buffs because you can be invaded by that 4-man gang sword in the middle. So that's the elevator door, and then afterwards, the mid mage or the mid marksman will just transfer from buffs to another, and then the offlaner, which was included in the 4-stack, or the side laner in this case, it was Iaknu, will go now back to the lane. So that's how you part the Red Sea in the middle, or the elevator door. That's what you did. So it is. I think only ONIC does this for now. There's more to it, right? There's a timing for when you pick up the mask, but I think that's a discussion for another day because we will have a very long discussion about that. But yeah, ONIC PH did that for their games in last Friday, and also did that today. So yeah, that's it. What do you think about how ONIC PH was very creative on their strategies?
I mean, you mentioned it, right? The first 3 minutes of the game, you just have to watch ONIC PH move around the map because it is poetry in motion right there. Like you said, you confirmed it that they are the only team that actually does that. So moving forward,
I think
expect teams to actually be watching the game tape because ONIC PH, as it is, they are kings of the early game.
Oh, yeah.
Well, what's interesting about said strategy is if it's 4 in the mid, that means you're usually facing down a Moneyball strategy wherein there's 3 across you. That being said, it's essentially shock and awe. You're basically disrupting what lane equilibrium the opponents are expecting, which makes for a very effective strategy early on. But what happens when people figure out that ONIC is doing this? What happens then, right? So I think Geek Fam needs to pick up on that sooner than later, or even any other team facing ONIC here on end.
Yeah,
I think it's also like a lot harder to execute, like finding that out and adjusting within game because as casters, we see the whole map. When you're playing, you're looking in front of you, and there's fog as well. There's fog of war. You're not gonna be able to see the whole map, so you're not gonna be able to adjust, even if you know it's happening. That's what makes ONIC PH so good at what they're doing because like you said earlier, the lane equilibrium, when it pushes out in favor of you, you have to defend or your turrets will take damage, and this is when they pounce and take the other objectives across the map. It is just picture perfect for them, I feel.
Yeah. Now let's head into the drafters. I think that what on how ONIC PH wins, it's also kind of hinged onto the draft, but in a way that it's incredibly hard to play against ONIC PH, or at least draft against ONIC PH, because they kind of play with their own strategies almost always. If you look back MPL Season 4, when they were successful, when they were also undefeated, they still run the Harith when Harith was not cool anymore, or they run Lunox when Lunox was not cool anymore. ONIC PH, I'm not sure what they can bring up, but they did first pick the Uranus this time. Now, Geek Fam PH going back to the Esmeralda. And last update before I ask you what you think about this, Curtizi is not going to be able to play. Now, that means Geo is in for Geek Fam PH. Now, Leo, what do you think about the opening picks here for both ONIC PH and Geek Fam?
I think it's more the bans that kind of spell out what's going on. ONIC PH, look at this. They're getting rid of the heroes that have uncontested vision. You've got the wards from Selena, out. You've got Natalia's invisibility, out. So this is like the active ban action, like on overdrive. They're obviously putting their cards out on the table and saying, we don't like this because what we're trying to do won't allow for the strategy we want if you have this on your side. So they're getting rid of that, which opened up the early Uranus. It's a safe pick, to be honest. There's so many other heroes out there, that should be prioritized. But for ONIC PH, it's safe because Uranus does one thing and one thing very well. He's not a tank, ladies and gentlemen. Don't think that he's ever a tank. So this being right here, they're I think telegraphing the elevator door strategy, because you can leave Uranus or he can be part of the 4-1 or the 4 in the middle.
Yeah.
So either way.
It's about for Swirly. Here's the thing, ONIC PH, they kind of look like they are gonna do the same thing. Geek Fam PH, there's some adjustment with Valier with Jawhead. But do we like this so far? Is this the right way to go if you're Geek Fam PH now dealing against the ONIC PH for game number 2?
I feel Geek Fam are like playing it safely, but I don't like it in this situation because they're playing heroes that aren't really super effective. Valier has fallen off, especially with Flame Shot getting nerfed. Jawhead, sure, it's okay. Esmeralda, a niche pick at best. And right now, sure, I feel like even just the Uranus is gonna be a problem for them. Like, how are they gonna get through that Uranus right now with their draft? They still have to find the answer.
Alright. So maybe the wow. Okay, Hyrif ban. This is something that okay. This is weird. I am not sure if Harriet is one of the more viable heroes out there now. ONIC PH, they will go back to the classic Kaja and Farsa, so it seems, which means that this is gonna be definitely a side lane show. Farsa might be support, or I don't know actually. But yeah, Leo, with the closing picks for ONIC and Geek Fam, what do you think is gonna transpire?
It's not gonna be the Kaja, it's gonna be Atlas, and I was gonna say, if they pick that Kaja, they would be very soft up front. Again, Uranus, not a dedicated tank, ladies and gentlemen, so they really need one up front, and if that was the Kaja, they wouldn't have a solid front line. So the Atlas pick here, very solid, and it enables the strategy that ONIC is going for. They covered all bases, I'm liking it so far, but Geek Fam though, they need that carry. That's right. They were gonna go for the Granger, but again, Granger falling off. Bruno is solid. Maybe carry. What do you guys think? Bruno or carry?
Well, they pick the Bruno right now against a Uranus. Uranus gets the stacks when you hit him with his Radiance passive. So, like even Bruno is actually doesn't do too well against the Uranus in my opinion, unless it's super late game. But as long as it's still the mid to early game, that Bruno is not gonna be able to do anything against that Uranus.
Does this mean that you are gonna go with ONIC PH with your predictions, Warley?
Yes. ONIC PH. Even if they don't have that Sicilian, they have the Atlas though, and stats don't lie. Very high win rate on Atlas right now.
Yeah, Leo, very quickly, what's your prediction? Who do you think is gonna win?
I'm going for MPL royalty. Show me what you got, Kingmaker and Queen. Let's go, ONIC PH.
Let's go, ONIC PH. There's another unanimous decision from the panel. Let's see what Rockhart and Seiya has got to say for this game number 2.
I like how they're really dedicated on this Kingmaker bit here, but I gotta say, it does have its basis, right? And then welcome back here for game 2 here of ONIC PH versus Geek Fam PH. I'm Rockhart. This is Seiya. So, Seiya, what's gonna be the call here? Do you think they might turn this around here with? I would say Geek Fam they drafted a little better this time.
Yes, indeed. But I would agree on when Swarley said that Bruno is really effective come the late game. But you know what? We are really known. It's already known that ONIC PH is very recognized by this early game potential, and they really will do everything they can so that it won't really reach that mark. But you know what? This is our game between ONIC PH and Geek Fam PH. And again, like what our panelists say, yes, indeed, Geek Fam PH has a more fundamental lineup. But I will be agreeing with them and siding with ONIC PH all the way, simply because their composition is all the more versatile.
Yeah, that's true. Again, more meta or fundamental doesn't usually mean that it's better, right? But we still have to wait and see if it's going to be executed well. I gotta say, if you want the early game power, Farsa is great to take it.
Yeah.
Same with the Atlas, really super tough on the early game, and they can do invades like this. Will we see the elevator door line up once more? Will they do that parting of the Red Sea like the panel described? Because I think they do have the tools to pull it off as well. Although it's getting mirrored here by Geek Fam on the other side.
Yeah, I agree with you on that, because basically the overall composition of ONIC PH really complements each other. Let's say you have that link onto the Atlas right there, and Farsa can just easily give you that ton of damage with the help of her skill set as well. But not just Farsa alone. We have Wise for the Blazing Duet, so it kind of gives you the rhythm and blues for the side of ONIC PH. But you know, it really depends if they are able to execute this as picture perfect as they did during game number 1.
All right, well, we'll have to wait and see how well Wise handles the pressure of being the biggest damage dealer here. I feel like Venus has been taking that up with the Sicilian recently. This time around, of course, Wise will need to step it up. And on the bottom side, Dealer are getting a lot of pressure as well. But again, the rest of the composition of Geek Fam PH is usually good in the early to mid game. With of course, Valier with this flickering jawhead way back into the tower, and the good pass there by Exort, juggling the tower aggro, and the first blood to Geek Fam.
But you know what? Farsa will be getting a kill for herself, and that is not going to stop ONIC PH from getting deterred. And again, here, going back, you are seeing this early game aggression from OMI Venus and Fuzaken and company onto the 8 right here. Looks like they will be having another tower dive. Will be throwing away. Why not? But you know what? Farsa here is going to rescue and save Fuzaken to safety. And Claude will just go for that beautiful cleanup. And they're not done. They will be getting that double kill and killing Jawhead back to the base. I told you.
I gotta say, that last exchange was super mechanically intensive. You have to dodge, you have to flicker, and then wipe. You saw Oh My Venus, she flickered in with the Farsa, and then just without anyone there. So it's scary that they are, I don't know, they're kind of startling each other. But it's so fun to watch this game between ONIC and Geek Fam.
Oh yes, definitely. And you know what? Going back right here, they're just showing off some dominance right here. And they don't really mind about getting hit by the turrets, especially earlier, because you know that it would be beneficial for them, because during that tower dive on the bottom side to really kill, if I'm not mistaken, Uranus was the one who got picked off on the bottom. But you know, they invested a lot of skills on him. So that leaves an open door for the other members of ONIC PH. And speaking of open doors, Farsa's just going all out here.
Yeah, and the Yaknu as well, dipping and diving into the battle, trying to pick up some targets. But top lane is where it's gonna be at, because we got the rest of ONIC PH, D-Lar, and of course Wise getting a lot more resources into this Claude, which is working out very well in ONIC PH's favor. So that's a lot of kills and 2 towers in favor of the blue.
Definitely, the kings and queens really building their empire here as they create a map control slowly but surely. And this is really working on their favors, because they know the discipline, they know the transitions, and all they have to do is just really complement each other with the skill sets that they have, which is initially, it's not just happening on paper, but they're really executing this in a manner to their advantage. And speaking of advantage, this is just all throughout. This could be, this is not as torturing as game 1 was. The fact that they have 1 kill on the side of Geek Fam, but the thing is, you can't really neglect the overall dominance, and this is might be a potential snowball game for ONIC PH.
Yeah, because I'm seeing a little bit of a trend where we're at 5 minutes and they're already at 5k gold lead, just like almost last game. pretty similar in terms of timing. So ONIC, they have this mechanism that they just keep going and going, and the plan is always going on their favor for 90% of the time, and they're making it work just like that. So can Geek Fam PH stop the rampage here? Because top lane, another kill goes and bites the dust.
Definitely, the Blazing Duet will be used to really shove away the members of Geek Fam, just so that ONIC PH can have a more proper footing in terms of really getting all of these towers and getting up, to really stabilize and really embark the pressure to Geek Fam here, and they are doing it pretty well and in a timely manner, where it's not necessarily needed to be rushed, but it's in a pace where they can control.
Yeah, I mean, at this pace, they can just push up slowly, and Wise is getting all the space he needs. He's not even scared to do stuff like that. Near a Jawhead, near a Grok, and you're just going up in front. Right? That's just so scary. But Wise is just not afraid because such confidence with his teammates.
You can tell that the Queen is very angry right now, and with that damage output, you can see it on Rampage. And you know what? Alongside, if they have a King and Queen, they have the remaining members as their knights to protect them. And that is what we're seeing right now, ladies and gents. Farce is just really going all out with the beautiful distance and the beautiful power spikes. It just goes to show that ONIC PH is embarking and making the Empire into the favor of them, and Wise here just beautifully getting that free hits and inflicting damage against Geek Fam.
Yeah. Oh My Venus is like, support Farsa panel, 6-0 free. Why don't you take that? Right? So Farsa's Oh My Venus is really going nuts here. Always so safe on the back line, and everyone doing the heavy work. Whoa! Fatal Links for days wipes out Geek Fam. Oh my gosh! The humanity! Oh, ONIC PH wiping out Geek Fam.
ONIC PH's Empire right here, Rockhart. That was picture perfect. Really compiling the members of Geek Fam, followed by the Blazing Duet of Claude, and then you go for Oh My Venus, just cleaning them up with the distance that she can cover. Man, Rockhart, I have no more words, and this is the replay right now. You see that the Atlas already has fatal Claude with that Blazing Duet, Uranus with that overall empathy, and finally finishing it off with Farsa's skill set. That was beautiful indeed.
Yeah, it's beautiful and painful to watch at the same time. I feel like oh my god, seriously though, the goal lead is massive at 8 minutes. We're already at 10,000. Itemization is fierce. All, of course, in favor of our Claude, who has gotten the turtle right now. Everyone here in ONIC is waiting. Here comes a Blazing Duet. Everyone's super low. Oh My Venus cleans it up once more. 806 on the Farsa, and Wise cleaning up house on the back end. Why not run for the hills? You gotta make it out. But looks like that's not gonna be the case. One more for the Claude.
Because of the positioning of Geek Fam right now, this leaves ONIC PH a very open allowance to just really go all out. Take note that the bottom is exposed, but 2 members of Geek Fam is alive, will be trying their best to defend, and Esmeralda is there to really just distract him. But that's not really enough because of the damage output that Claude is just inflicting onto Jawhead and Grok. And this is just surreal, and you know what? This is just Wise buying time so that the other members can go to the aid.
Okay, bit of a misstep there. I guess the Esmeralda distraction really paid off. It left the Claude alone for a humongous amount of time, but still able to make a push using the minions, and of course just using their full-on tankiness. And what's DLR doing? Just really going ham on the front line here. No one's doing the damage. Oh My Venus just recovering here. And looks like the barrage of skill is going to be enough to push back right in time. The battle's still raging on, and they don't want to stop, Saya.
Yes, they do not. But you know what? Geek Fam really has to put in a lot of footing right here because you can't neglect Farsa's damage output that is really hitting them. It's really surreal. It's let's say out of this world, very lethal, like per se. And now I think ONIC PH can just really take the time here, but not so much as to Geek Fam can still have that opening to really go and scale. And I'm pretty sure ONIC PH won't allow that to happen because right now, if you're seeing, the pressure is on.
Yeah, the pressure is still on non-stop. They are not putting a pause on it as well. Wise is already back from the grave. Yeah, ready to go for the damage output. Blazing Duet is still available. Now released. It is done. I think that will be it. Geek Fam PH tried to clean up, but they got demolished on the defense. And looks like that is going to be the last tower down. Oh my Venus with the flourish, padding the KDA, but not anymore. Finishing off with a 2-0, ONIC PH comes out on top.
Yes, indeed. The Empire is rising. This is their era right now. Really proving a statement to our members or the other sides of the team. And you know what? That was another picture-perfect clash done beautifully by ONIC PH. And you know what? The stats really speak for themselves. We really don't have to explain much because it's really well executed earlier into our last game.
Yeah, I mean, everything was there. A perfect mix of skill, teamwork, cohesiveness, and even for Wise's end, a little bit of showboating with a BMI on the Claude. You know, there were some things he didn't need to do, but he did it because they knew they were ahead.
I mean, literally. I mean, ONIC PH is. You look, my camera is shaking right now. ONIC PH is having a picture-perfect moments right now. But you know, let's see what the panelists think, and I'm pretty sure that they're happy as well. Wolf, Swarley, and Leo, why don't you take it away?
That was such a beating from ONIC PH, and once again, Geek Fam PH looked lost, to say the least. That game, of course, we predicted it to be one-sided, and we thank Rockhart and Seiya for giving us a very nice commentary about it. But Leo and Swarley, you betted for ONIC PH. They pulled through. But is this how you expected it to happen? Is this how one-sided you thought it was?
I didn't expect it to be this one-sided. I was like, is this gonna be like game one? ONIC PH were like, nah, we're gonna give them a few kills, just a bit of consolation prize for them. That's how I felt that ONIC PH were playing because the kills that they gave, they were all unnecessary. Like, they were just giving them a chance, to say the least, which felt bad for Geek Fam, definitely.
No, to be honest, I gotta say I did not see it to be this well executed by ONIC PH. Geek Fam, I'm gonna call it as I see it, man. They really underperformed in this one. Or, you know what? It's making me wonder: is ONIC PH just really on top of the meta and the way that they're moving? Have they really just been doing the reps when it comes to their scrims and their training? Because if you're gonna look at the numbers, my dude, Venus 9-1-11. I think the Kingmaker was untouched, and Wise was almost hitting double digits. With that being said, all of the plans of ONIC PH might have gone their way. It's like a perfectly planned heist. Everyone was in their place. They got as much loot and booty as possible, and they came out with a 2-0. That's how I saw it, and that's what and more. That's what I saw in more. That's what I expected and more.
Oh, my Venus was like probably sure take away my Sicilian. I have so many more heroes on my repertoire, and it showed.
Yeah,
man. All right, I just want to say something. You when you're playing support, you play like tanks, right? And then you tank a lot of damage. But this guy, oh my Venus, went for Farsa. Not the tank is actually a very squishy hero. Dealt 49,000 damage. All right, and received 52,000 damage. What was that? How crazy was that?
It's the juggle. I
think
it's the
Farsa.
juggle. It's the juggle.
Yeah.
It's the juggle. It's the juggle. I think what Geek Fam saw was wow, I think we let go of the Farsa. She's too much damage. We need to get in there. And when they do, you know, the damage comes in. But Wings by Wings here to save the day, and that's just part of the kit. And I think that's one of the reasons why ONIC PH went ahead is because Geek Fam was putting stuff on the table. ONIC just wasn't having it. And with that being said, it's that give and take, that dynamic that just put ONIC way ahead, and ended it in such dominant fashion.
Plus, I think with the way this game started, with the way this game started, I think ONIC PH were totally happy that Geek Fam were overcommitting to the bot lane on that Uranus. Like, okay, you're killing our Uranus, but he's not our main guy. That's his job. And for you to commit 3-4 heroes within the first minute, you're totally playing Onyx's tempo.
That's right. They are. It seems like the director, producer, writer, and the actors are all on the side of ONIC PH, while Geek Fam was just extras, I would say. Or you know what? They're just extras in this big movie, and it was pretty to see for ONIC PH. Then again, you're still watching MPL PH Season 5, brought to us by our sponsors, Smart, together with PLDT Smart Foundation. In partnership with Smart, we can help our frontliners as we stand together to be the real heroes in these challenging times. Support our frontliners through SMS by texting donate to 3456. That's donate to 3456. Donation is open from April 22 to 16, 2020. Of course, this is also brought to us by our sponsors, Realme Smartphones, Logitech G, our headset partner, and of course, our organizer, Moon Ton. That was our second series. Third series, however, it's also one of the most anticipated ones. Is SGD gonna go up against Bren Esports, the challenge of a lifetime. Who's gonna win it? Let's find out after this break. Don't go away. MPL Season 5 will be back.
Still waiting for your epic battle? Wait no more. Make the switch to Smart LTE. And experience greatness with the country's fastest mobile data network.
Are you game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day, for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
Grandpapa had a metal plate from his time served in the war. When it came to taking medicine, the man was non-compliant. He tell me, hey, what would you say if I could build a little vessel that could take us to another time and place?
Realme C3, triple camera, gaming monster. Realme smartphone.
Still waiting for your epic battle? Wait no more. Make the switch to Smart LTE. And experience greatness with the country's fastest mobile data network.
Are you game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day, for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
In time minus 10.
The situation's critical.
8,
The data doesn't seem
7,
right.
Check pressure. It can't
5,
be stopped now.
4, 3.
Okay, get ready.
1. Launch.
Game on, party on!
That hurts. Where am I? Stay back. Don't come near me or I will not go easy on you. Huh. You're hurt.
Just like that, the story of Pawpaw and Koopa began, under strange circumstances.
Wanna take a bite?
And so Koopa and Pawpaw shared their first meal together. Despite being trapped in a dangerous pit, they both felt a warm feeling growing within their hearts. Days quickly passed and our two little fellows didn't have much food left.
Shoot! Let me go! Ow! I think I just found myself a new friend.
Popple and Koopa are the best partners in the world!
Time. Defeat the enemy, I'm full of energy. I can lead a team to victory. Got the first blood, too legendary. Taking you all out, go RIP for another layer. Ay. Let me see you moving, never gon' stop. Ay. Epic fight queen, that's so hot. Ay. Let's celebrate, we got 2 shots. Come and battle, come and battle. Ay. Let's hit the next level. Ay. Come and battle, come and battle. Ay. I'm the real game, right rebel from Earth to space. We party, place to place, honey, from Earth to space. Mobile Legends, stop the race. Party on, game on. Game on. Party on. There'll be a party every night. Don't hold your breath, let's play tonight. Game on, party on. Tell me who you're gonna be, that's on your mind. No one can stop, it's time to shine. We are young, things will be fine, danger comes. I won't hide, we are leading the trend tonight. We are young, things will be fine, danger comes. I won't hide, legends won't fade away tonight. Party on, game on. Game on. Game on. Party on. This is how we be topping our session. One family, that's how we present it. We got fans from all over the world and come together and we show them how we do it. Form team, fight for justice. We all gon' make it worth it. We gon' fight for the purpose, fighting the evil with crystal brightness. Come and battle, come and battle. Ay. Let's hit the next level. Ay. Come and battle, come and battle. Ay. I'm the real game, right rebel from Earth to space. We party, place to place, honey, from Earth to space. Mobile Legends, stop the race. Game on, party on. Party on.
It's good to see you.
Killing spree! Godlike! Legendary! Double kill!
It's good to see you.
Legendary! Your team destroyed a legendary! Executed! Legendary! Legendary! Ally has been mega kill! Double kill!
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Game on, party on.
experience the youth suffer.
Legendary! Legendary! Triple kill! Maniac! Legendary! Double kill!
Greatest.
Legendary!
Back in action for MPL Season 5 for the regular season, or the group stage of the regular season. My name is Wolf, your panel host. With me is Swarly Leo, our expert analyst of the game, of course. Welcome back, welcome back. It's the hyped match of the day. It's SGD Omega versus Bren Esports. I know you're all excited, and I hope that our viewers who are watching right now have already had their dinner, have prepared their snacks, prepared their coffee or their drinks, whatever, because this is going to be a treat. SGD, the Dragons, going to be playing against the strong ones. But this is, of course, the MPL Season 5 brought to us by our sponsors, Smart. Together with PLDT Smart Foundation in partnership with Smart, we can help our frontliners as we stand together to be the real heroes in these challenging times. Support our frontliners through SMS by texting donate to 3456, and donation is open from April 22 until July 16, 2020. MPL Season 5 is also brought to us by our sponsors, Realme Smartphones, Logitech G, our official headset partner, and organized by Moonton. Swiley, Leo, it's the Dragons versus the strong ones. Who do you think is going to win this? Who is favored, and what do you expect from this game?
Well, most would obviously just go for Bren because it is the more popular team among the two. But SG Omega definitely not a team that is to be taken lightly by Bren as well.
Man, SGD, they've I'd say they're in a rut. They've seen better days. Let's just put it at that. They've seen better days. And Bren, they're at the I haven't seen them this strong in a while, to be honest. Season 3, they made it to the grand finals. Yep, Season 3, they made it to the grand finals. Season 2, they were at least in top 4. But with that being said, they're undefeated more than halfway through the season now. So it's safe to say that they are going to get it into the playoffs. And with this kind of lineup and with this momentum behind them, who's to say what else they'll be capable of? We might see a 2-time champion. Who knows, right? Who's to say? But with that being said, my heart is with the only ones who are strong, definitely. But SGD, they might be able to pull something out. Again, when you put somebody, a team like SGD on the back foot, especially against a team like Bren Esports, the best is only to come. The best is yet to come.
Yeah. It's Lusty, Carl TZ, Rebo, Fuel, Coco, and EJ from Bren Esports. As gold as their uniforms are, we see gold medalists here in this team. But SGD Omega has their own fair share of gold medalists with Hayes and Kenji in there, and Hajizi, Toshi, Heath as the main squad or the starting 5, and Ninya, the only female, I think, now that we have in the regular season, the only female player. We've yet to see her play. That would be an exciting treat. But for SGD Omega, I know that they're hungry to get into the top. They want to win this, and that's why they have acquired such good talent from Hayes, from Hajizi during the off season of MPL from season 4 to season 5. And they are getting stronger by the day. Now, the question is, will they be strong enough to take down the only ones that are strong? Bren Esports is a tough team to beat. We know that they are at the top of the standings, but it's not impossible for SGD Omega to take them down from their thrones. Question is, how? Swarly and Leo, how are they going to take down Bren Esports, at least to rack up some points, maybe take over the standings after some weeks?
I feel that probably a hero that would be contested for both teams would likely be the Selena pick. I think the Selena is gonna be a very important factor in this matchup.
Okay.
I mean, sure, Bren is in fine form, but as Leo said, SGD, they are in a rut, but they're also hungrier at this point. Because when you're on top, there's always that mentality of being lax. Anyway, you look at it. No matter how good you are as a team, no matter how professional you can be, sometimes if you just keep on winning and winning, you may fall into that lax mentality, which could spell the difference if SJD are really that hungry to take this one from them.
Okay.
I love that you mentioned hunger, because one of the conversations I've had with Coach Ducky like months ago was his trouble with the boys when they were newly formed, because one of his issues was these guys are champions already in their own right. They know that they're the only ones who are strong. So what he was worried about was the hunger. If the boys had the same hunger, and what is power if you harness it right, if they don't have the right attitude. But as we've seen, all the way more than halfway through the season, they have the hunger. They are performing. So with that being said, I think the onus falls on SGD. I think even the spotlight falls on SGD. You want SGD to win in this kind of matchup, right? You want Bren to fall down from the pedestal that they've been put on in Season 5. So how do they do that? I'm guessing one thing that SGD could do is to be prepared for flexibility. That's a weird way to put it, but I think it's better for me to say it's SGD's job to make sure that they're ready for what Bren is going to be putting on the table. Bren, the way I've seen it, is just so flexible. Again, even in the Moneyball meta, they're able to move around pieces to fit what is required. But more easy pick up the carry role. But I'm ready to see what Coco and Rebo might be bringing to switch it up. But with that being said, that's one of the things that SGD Omega should watch out for.
Okay. You know what? You brought up Coach Ducky and how he handles the team. I think that it's also important to handle the team in an analytic level, but also in an emotional level. Like what you said, if they want to establish the hunger. They want to check if the hunger is still there. I think that's very important. But when it comes to what's more important is to make sure that your emotional level is still there, and one way to do it is to enjoy yourselves. And I know that the gamers out there playing a lot of Mobile Legends wants to put it in on the fun, and the e-party for Mobile Legends still going on. It's still in full swing. The official video of the 515 e-party is still up. Make sure to join in on the fun and check it out. Remember, if you are playing so hard, that might not be the best case for you, because you might lose track of how to enjoy the games, and maybe our e-party can bring you back to speed. All right. I think that before we talked about the 515, we were talking about coaches, and I also feel that SGD Omega, they have their own fair share of good coaching staff, to say the least. They have Coach Dale Deluz. This drafter slash coach slash I don't know, only two by the way, drafter and coach for SGD Omega, is also a gold medalist for the team, actually, helping the Southeast Asian Games team Seaball to reach it to the top. This is, if not the most hyped, one of the most hyped drafts for sure of this lifetime. Ducky versus Dale, who's gonna win it? Swarly, Leo, what can we expect from these two teams?
Well, thank you for banning the Selena. I was really expecting that to be banned out, so it's just nice to get a bit of affirmation here.
Yeah,
I like of that's being wrapped up here, because there's more than one rivalry happening. There are amazing coaches, the brains behind the operation. Coach Ducky versus Coach Dale. There's the old guard. That's Hey, Coco, Rebo, EJ. They're still here. And there's Carl Tizzy now facing the old team that made him. You know what I mean? There's so many things happening beyond just the high-level Mobile Legends esports unfolding before our eyes. So on a narrative scale, this is really one for the books.
Yeah, man, it's gonna be really exciting, honestly. I'm just so happy that we're gonna be able to see this draft unfold. Natalia banned out by Bren Esports. That's also very interesting.
Your team
and actually, aside from Carl Tizzy facing against his former teammates or his former organization, it's also Hayes from SGD Omega to face against his former team. And look at the respect from Bren Esports, banning out the Natalia against this team. We know that this is a very strong team with the Natalia. Nevertheless, it's Jawhead as the first pick for SGD Omega, one of the strongest side laners, and also can be played as a support. So this is one of the better flexi picks in the early stages of the game. Now, Bren Esports, Swarly Leo, they're gonna pick up the Thams and the Valier. So it seems Thams is the top pick for the day, as to say the least.
Yep. It's all about that. We were talking about how important the early game is, and Sam's really just one of the better heroes out there in the early game. But on the flip side, they also picked out the Valier, who has seen better days. It's like his best is behind him because he really needed that. I feel like he is one of the heroes that was really affected by the Flame Shot nerf because it complemented his skills so well.
Well, so far, SGD Omega, they're going to put their cards on the table, reveal their carry, and that's going to be the Ling. And it's going to set the pace, which makes sense. They are first pick here, and it's up to Bren Esports now to temper that kind of move. You know, if they're going to trade the jab for the cross, if you will. But it looks like they're going to invest first in their supports. And the mid lane is still question mark here. The core is still missing for Bren.
And Bren pretty confident in saving. They're not overreacting against the Ling pick because some teams they would automatically just pick for a Ling counter in this phase. But Bren pretty confident will go with a Carmilla first. Still a flex pick in many regards. So I like it. Bren, they're not because when you try to overcommit in countering a draft, it can work against you. But you see here, Bren, they have that veteran know-how of drafting. It's showing right here.
Yeah. The Esmeralda, the ban for Bren Esports. As we head on to the last set of picks, like I said, the Ling, you're like
your team
what
is
we have
picking.
been saying. This is a battle. This draft battle, to say the least, is just way
it's a draft
too
battle.
hype. Draft battle. It's a draft battle. Let's go. With Bren Esports, the bars that they have laid down. It's Valier, Thams, Carmilla. Carmilla is a hero that few, but not few as in the opposite of many. Few as in the player will plays nowadays, right? I don't know why Bren Esports like to put few on this kind of hero, Carmilla. I always feel that you have to put few in a hero that's very high skill cup hero. You know what? Those flashy heroes. There you go. You want to see few with good marksmen or good mages, right? And Carmilla is way too passive, at least for my taste for Bren Esports. But if it works, it works. Leo, with SGD Omega considering the Angela once again, which by the way was an offlaner in their previous match. What can we say about the lineup of SGD Omega?
Your team is picking.
SGD Omega, they've locked it in. It's gonna be the Angela. It's gonna be the Farsa. So there's a lot of range that's supporting this Ling. So once the Blades of Tempest have been committed, he can hop out and the job can essentially be finished. He can choose to go in or call it a day. On the other end though, Bren Esports, real quick, I want to talk about your thoughts on Few being a Carmilla main for the past few days and weeks of the MPL after this Kufra and carry pick. You know what, Wolf? It feels like it's a character development. It's an evolution of what we know Few as. Yeah, it's true. Carmilla's kit does not require for you to be flashy or to be akin to what his history has stated. You know, we've known him to be a very good Granger. He's picked up Claude here and there. But the thing is, Carmilla requires a lot of discipline. The way that Carmilla plays is she requires you to know exactly where people are and how what you do affects the team fight in general. So I think coming in as captain of our gold medalist team from the SEA Games, that brings a really strong backbone to this play. So with that being said, I think I'm gonna give this one to Bren. I know you're gonna ask for predictions. I'm going with the ones who are only strong or something like that.
All right. Okay, Swarly, very quick explanation on who's gonna win this.
I'm gonna spice it up a bit. You know, we've been unanimous the whole day. I think I'm gonna go with SGD. I like their draft. It's a bit spicy, in my opinion. If they can make that Ling and Angela work, it will work in wonders. But if not, they're just gonna crash and burn. But SGD, I'm rooting for you in this one.
Might go with SGD Omega because I don't like the Carmilla anymore as a core. As a support, yes, but we'll see. Because I think the game will be totally different as Seiya and Rockhart will take us through the action.
I think I completely agree. This game will definitely seem to be a little bit different as we will see in the coming game. SGD versus Bren Esports. Definitely a big marquee matchup here. What do you think, Seiya?
Yeah, it's really as different as your background right now. And I'm really taken aback earlier. And yeah, I would really agree. But you know what? I will be siding on to SGD right now simply because the Carmilla could have been like a better core to replace. But you know, let's see if they could really execute this well. We are now into the first game of our final match for this day. And so far, so good. They're doing a pretty good job. And really, you should just show the minions on the top side, you know? And going back here, resources will always be the priority. And so far, both teams really on a fundamental early game strategy, which is to, you know, really go and farm resources.
Yeah, and resources are, of course, the name of the game here, especially for heroes like Hajizi's Ling. And, of course, that awesome carry by Carl Teasy. So it's going to be a fight here, and of course, the rotations for Bren looking really smooth here. Whoa, what a pick off there! Rebo got removed almost instantly, and SGD Omega 1-up 1.5 minutes into the game.
Did you see that damage? It was from 75 to downright 40 real quick, and I don't know. It kind of took me off guard simply because that was still the early phases of the game. Usually you don't really expect that ton of damage, but with the help of the other members, it's no question that you'd get wiped out of the map easily.
That's right. And actually, if it goes back way to the draft, because if you look at the bans for SGD were to remove crowd control like Atlas, like Kaja. On the other side, the ban was to remove Vision, remove the Natalia. They banned out the Selena as well. So these teams, they definitely have their different ways of going about this. But man, I think this might show the big difference maker between these two. Because right now, they're playing the map, they're feeling each other out.
Yes, feeling each other out indeed, because you know what, that Jawhead earlier, you know, just really throwing away the members of Bren Esports. You know what, you go away first. We're not yet ready for that pick fight, and that was a very good decision making. And going back, we are transitioning now to the bottom side, and we are seeing populated members right here. Toshi will be forced to back away simply because of that power spike that the carry gives. And of course, another one, they're kind of in a certain point where they really want to keep an eye out on each other, because you at this a certain point you don't want early unnecessary pickoffs by your teammates, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the on the highest level, that should be your mindset, right? Because that's the biggest problem that you usually get is when people get picked off at random times, which I think that happened a lot yesterday with some teams that were playing, if you remember correctly. I mentioned that. So this time around, I feel like they're being playing a bit too safe, if I may say so myself. Considering right now they're fighting against resources, although right now Hajizi looking really confident with the Angela shields up, going for Carl Teasy, forcing them to back off.
Got a bit messy right there, but still manages to really lure his way out to safety, and that was a pretty risk, if I do say so myself. But right now another action is coming into play. Keith with a bit of help on his toes, but Farsa will contemplate that with her skill set. And going back right here, the damage is all too real as Coco demonstrates it with a pickoff, and now transitioning to resource stakes. It's just really, you know, a wide variety of options, but they really chose to really, play it safe and just decide on getting that objective.
Such explosive gameplay here coming out from Bren Esports. I actually didn't expect they would get a kill just like that, but you know what? If you have these really high skill cap players together, unpredictable stuff really do happen. Like if you'll see, they were in a pretty good position. I feel like SGD, they wanted to get something. Hayes was really bombing from the backside, but overall, Coco just so explosive on the FAMs, just shows his mastery over that hero. And on the bottom lane, I think another exchange happened there.
Yes, definitely. And you know what? It was given to Carl TZ, allowing him some more space for resources. And here onto the middle side, you are seeing that the Jawhead will be transitioning onto the top, just to really recall and gain some health right here. But it's kind of too early to really conclude who has the upper hand right here. But in terms of kills, okay, fine, it's Omega. But that doesn't really matter right now, because what's important is who gets to really set the pace. And here, right now, just really poking each other out. And I love it that Heat was able to throw away, if I'm not mistaken, that was the Angela, so that it would avoid unnecessary pickoffs, like what I mentioned earlier. But Bren Esports eyeing out the blue buff here. Rockhart, this is getting way intense right now as we are seeing another pickoff right here. Really messy. Hayes onto the low health and carry successful free hits. But you know what? This is not gonna stop Bren Esports from going all out, because this is intense. They are pressuring the middle side right now.
That's right. No more Tempest of Blades here that can help HGZ engage. It was used around the jungle area, and now they don't have it to defend. Mid lane will fall for SGD Omega, giving Bren some of that much needed gold. And this time around, they are the ones who are in the lead in the economy.
Usually we are seeing a kind of setup wherein the carry will be in action during the mid to late phases of the game. But you know what? Carl TZ really is online right now. And again, that was just 4 to 5 minutes of the game, and it's already, rocking in for some kills, 2-0. And that's something you don't really see every day. And again, Hayes just really shoving out the members of Bren. But you know what? Bren is just here, really dominating and capitalizing whatever they can as they progress here onto the turtle side.
Man, right now, Few just zoning off really well that turtle area, giving it basically free over to Carl TZ. And now, it's gonna be Heath with a great pickoff. Lastly, gonna be put down under the tower, but not before he takes that Forza with him. Now Toshi going in, seeing if he can zone even further, secures that jungle for SGD. But Bren Esports, they're getting everything they want on the map.
And it looks like they really want to deny Toshi from being further, really stabilized right here as they transition to the bottom side of the map. But you know what? This is the thing. Bren really want to really make their mark here onto the lower turf of SGD Omega, and SGD Omega is just really not making safe plays, not making any unnecessary engagements. But speaking of engagements, looks like Bren will be the one to fight it off. Look at that damage, and again, Ling will be going for Tempest Blaze. This is a bit dispersed, and now Few was forced to go into that tower with a successful pickoff done by Uranus, and then this is not gonna stop them because they have to force themselves to disengage simply because they don't have any minions left. But what is in store for Bren here is that they get that extra resources onto the side of SGD, and SGD here just really need to pinch themselves up and avoid any more pickoffs, because they're the ones who killed Few. That's a good thing. But the other thing is that you have to be really careful when engaging in team fights.
Yeah, because engaging like this could spell disaster, especially with really squishy heroes that Bren have, and that also right now SGD have, like Heath. Not squishy, but still goes down so quickly. Rebo so close to death. I think will be finished off there by the big tick. And Hayes just have to walk on out there. Fights erupting all over the map here. What an action-packed series. This game is not disappointing.
Yes, indeed. indeed, but I love it how Bren Esports is just really securing each of every objective that it has here onto our map. And looking here, it's just so amazing how the power spikes go, but looks like Few will be at a brink of health enough to survive himself, will be throwing Lasty onto their turf, and let's see if they will get a potential kill. But after all that fiasco, they weren't able to get a single casualty.
Man, Bren Esports lineup is so tanky when it needs to be, and it also hurts. Like right now, beautiful Tyrant's Rage locks everyone in. A little too late there, Rebo on the follow-up, but all is well. They did good damage on the tower, but good recovery as well for SGD Omega, keeping it steady when faced with high-pressure situations.
Yes, I love the discipline and the patience as well for SGD Omega right here, you know, being dispersed and utilizing they might be taking advantage of this low health potential from Bren Esports, but you know what? Let's just take it slow. And Antonio will be going for that pickoff with the help of Ling's damage. But again, they are not gonna decide to really go for the chase simply because they want things steady. They already are aware that the carry right here is, you know, slowly scaling. So the best bet that you could do is really pick off the members of Bren.
Ooh.
And speaking of picking up, looks like the tables will be turned as carry here will be just using every single damage that he has to just really pick off Toshi back there.
My god, Lasty! I mean, he already did a great Tyrant's Rage a few moments ago, which forced basically almost every SGD Omega member to use Purify. And now they didn't have Purify, they were forced to just go down in flames against the firepower of course, this Valir and Coco's Fams, and carry free hitting a lot. So it's looking really grim here for SGD Omega. A good recovery is pretty much what they need.
Yes, indeed. And like what we've been, you know, observing in terms of patterns, you know, Carl TZ is already scaling through, and he's really utilizing the map control that currently Bren Esports has. But the thing is, I think the way that SGD can really pull this through is, again, to pin down one of the squishier heroes that Bren Esports has, one of which is Carl TZ. But you know what? That is the thing. The other members of Bren Esports will be protecting their core, and you know, alongside with it, this is also adds up to more pressure for a bit on the side of SGD, simply because the distance and the positioning, they're not really getting into that footing yet, but the fact that they can defend and then retaliate with one or two skirmishes fights is, you know, something to take note for.
Yeah, but you know what I really like about SGD is, you're absolutely right. They utilize the distance that their heroes can make. Farsa, super long range. Angela can move around all over the map. And they're clearing all that they can clear. They're dealing as much damage as they can. So Hayes is actually pretty good on the Farsa. It's just that Bren Esports' lineup, they're just so tanky. I mean, we have a few on the Carmilla zoning like crazy right now while they're going for a very, very early Lord. And Few be locked out. And the backline is going to be the target here for SGD Omega. Oh my gosh, Hayes is now going to be clearing up a lot of damage from the front line. Doing a great job is Hajizi as well, protected by Kenji's Angela. And this time around, they could be the ones going for the Lord. Lastly, he's not done once to take Hayes to the grave with him. But no siree, the trio of SGD gonna keep that Lord going.
That is the beauty of the discipline of SGD Omega. They know that they're opting for their Lord. They know that the objective of Bren Esports is the priority. But the thing is, them going from behind and just capturing the carry here and alongside with the squishier heroes is something that you have to really commend on SGD Omega side. That was good shot callings from them, and this gives them a more allowance to even out the map control. So if you go back right here real quick, Keith goes for that engagement, followed up by the damages that the other members of SGD is doing with Farsa's overall skill set alongside with Link's assassination. You can really judge by the shot calling here that this is not a joke. They didn't prioritize the ones who were in the Lord. They prioritized the ones who were behind it.
Exactly, and I was surprised Hajizi untouched in that whole exchange almost suffered no damage. I think he didn't even need Kenji's Angela shield for that, the Heart Guard.
Yeah.
So, great shot calling, as you said, from SGD Omega. Bren Esports, they're still pretty even. Can they pull this off? Can they protect Carl TZ, who is doing so much damage on the backline right now? Lasty, he's out of HP, cannot sustain against the heavy casualty, heavy damage being dished out by SGD Omega's lineup. Now, it's going to be the ultimate defense with Hayes going hard onto those minions. But again, SGD Omega, they can't really go near the towers just yet because Bren Esports, they're still up and about.
Yes, indeed, because this is the thing. Okay, that Lord a pick-off that happened, or that clash that happened earlier, was just one way to recover the things that SGD Omega missed. But the thing is, it's not really that enough because Carl TZ himself was able to grab some for himself. So the best thing that SGD can do is, okay, they're even out right now. They just really have to garner a lot more before they can get that potential pickoff. But how would they do that if they have one man down? And Ling will be taking advantage of this by getting one for himself. This is not yet over. More members of Bren has to go back forcefully simply because of the damage inflicted upon them.
I would say this is very far from over, especially considering the way Bren Esports has been playing for the past, like, how many minutes already. I mean, despite, I feel like SGD Omega's having such a very aggressive lineup, they are sustaining as well. And Carl TZ, he's not failing in his mission to get all the gold that he needs. He's 1-3 on the carry, has locked on the endless battle and already the items that he needs for attack speed, and now they're going hard onto the targets that they need. Hajizi, this time around, he could clean up house. Tempest Blaze knocks up those targets, but he is not long for this world. Evaporated by the lineup of Bren Esports here. Rebo shutting down on the Kenji will not be enough. Hayes goes in for the former teammate, forces him to back off. He's burning, he's gone.
That was beautiful position done by Carl TZ right here, really abusing the position that he has in a manner that he won't get free hit by the members of SGD. And now that was 4-1 in favor of Bren Esports, and this is giving them a leeway right now to actually, you know, potentially finish this game, because time is ticking, and it's gonna take quite some time for them to go and respawn once again. But you know what? This is also a wise decision for Bren to just back out. Now let's go back onto the replay. Parry was able to really pre-hit Toshi back there and really abusing everything that they got, and gets that double kill, realizing that the members who actually reacted to Toshi was squishy. So Parry's main thing is to just go and pre-hit because his damage output is real here.
Yeah, that was like standard overconfidence, I would say, or overestimating your power. Because Hajizi had the Angela shield, full HP. You know what? Why not go for this? But again, the lineup of Bren, like I said in the beginning, they can be really tanky when they want to be, especially when Coco activates Cotterate Inferno at a good timing. So now, it's going to be the mind games here. Who is actually in the driver's seat? Who is in control here? Big question to be answered by this team fight.
Okay, so Toshi came in from the backlights, and now the other members of SGD are here to go for their aid, and Ling goes for the kill. This is not going to stop them, though, quite dispersed. But again, they have to prioritize on who to target first, and they will be deciding that it's going to be Lasty onto their tails. And now you can see how tanky Lasty's are, but he won't really last soon because Ling will be taking that kill. And onto the top side right now, while all the fiasco was happening, cornering Lasty out, Parsa gets a kill for herself. And then really transition themselves out to get this Lord take is something that SGD Omega is prioritizing right now.
Alright, well, when they removed Carl TZ from the equation, it was so easy suddenly. You know this? Like, there wasn't even any fight at that point.
Yeah.
Everyone's almost to support. Carl TZ goes down. There's no one to support. And only Coco gonna be the front line here in the damage dealer. Carmilla, few, not even gonna count as the rest of SJD barrel down the mid lane, remove the middle inhibitor turret, and now the field is open.
I love it how both of these teams really rally out, and this is not really gonna be over soon. We're already onto the mid to late phases of our game. Carl TZ is in terms of scaling, it's doing a good job for him. But you know what? The members of SGD or Omega are catching up, and really fully stabilize their overall composition, all they need now is just that one miracle pickup wherein they pin down fully the carry.
My gosh, this game is playing with my heartstrings right now. The Lord is in the mid lane. Can they stop it? They will have to focus on it, but they will sacrifice both top and bottom lane inhibitor turrets. And now it's the Baron base of Bren Esports with SGD Omega waiting in the wings for them to make a fatal mistake. He's going in hard with the nuking attack, and that is gonna leave Bren Esports catching their breath.
Bren Esports will be forced to go on defenses. This is where they test their iron will. This is a test if they get to defend it onto the hands of SGD Omega. And SGD Omega, this is similar to any basketball game. We'll be going on offense real soon. But Rockhart, this is just swell. I mean, this isn't as fast as we expected it to be, but SGD Omega manages to slightly turn the tides in their favor. But up to what extent, though? Up to what extent? Because Bren Esports is something that you really can't neglect in terms of comeback potential. They have the carry, they have the Kufra here and the Thams as well to really, complement each other. But the problem is, up to what extent?
I mean, I don't even mind. This game is close to 20 minutes. I love this game. Bren has been on the driver's seat. SGD's been on the driver's seat. We're taking control. Oh no, SGD's back. It's like, whoa, seriously. I think all of this is, again, hanging on the shoulders of Carl TZ on the carry. Can he keep this up? And now it's going to be another huge test with SGD on the borders of Bren Esports, again, waiting for that crucial mistake that they're hoping that Bren will commit. But again, everyone from Bren Esports, they're just keeping it together and then following the shot call very, very closely. That goal lead at 20 minutes, 4,000, I don't even think that exists right now, right? It doesn't feel as significant as the other games we've noticed this week.
Yeah, I agree, because this time around, I think it's just a matter of who gets to pin one down first. Because the thing here is that if you notice on the early phases of the game, Bren has the upper hand. And the thing about it, SGD Omega right now is really known for them having that comeback. So in terms of map controls, so far SGD has it simply because the base is the only thing remaining for the side of Bren Esports. So what the viable thing to do right here is that they would go get as much as resources and, really deny the ones that are in Bren Esports' turf. So it kind of really depends on who gets who first rather than the kills or the gold per se.
Yeah, I mean, the kills are starting to count, especially if they're done on the right target. Like, if Hajizi goes down, I think at this point, even if Angela goes down, Hajizi's gonna have a hard time getting into the groove. And that might be the ticket for Bren. But who knows how that's gonna happen, because Kenji, he's not showing himself on the map. Except for right now! Oh my god, they're catching Coco! He's still alive! He's absorbing all of the damage! And he makes it out of there! Oh my heart! This game could... I mean, one death, right, could dictate the face of this game. Who is it gonna be?
I think you would agree with me when Coco here is Coco Crunch. As in, literally, look how tanky he was right now. And, complemented it in a way that the damage that was inflicted to him was on Farsa instead. And Farsa was forced to back away. And now looking back here again for another attempt, this time on Lasty, stunning him and giving him all the damage as you could be. But now he still has immortality though, and Few will be having his time to really go to his rescue. But then again, Rockhart, this is real. They are pinning down Few. They want him out of the scoreboard here.
And he's still alive though, he's fighting! He's holding on to dear life! With Carl TZ still pretty much safe, full HP, doing a lot of damage, but the front line is fading quickly. Hajizi going hard, Tempest of Blades makes him invulnerable, but Carl TZ, he is now gone. Everyone else, Rebo, except for Coco, they are falling like dominoes. And safe to say, that will be it. It's gonna be a wipeout here against Bren Esports with SGD taking game 1.
I don't know, I have mixed emotions right now, Rockhard. I mean, you know, draft-wise, it was good for Bren Esports, but man, SGD Omega managing to even out with what Bren was advantageous of during the early phases. And look at the stats right here. It kind of, you know, explains for themselves. Carl TZ having the upper hand at first, but with proper coordination from each of the teams, it's something that, man, that was one for the books, man. But
absolutely one for the books. I would have to agree, because if you look closely, that could have been any man's game. The moment either Hajizi or one of his supports go down, it's so easy to take him out. And if Carl Teasy, the front line fades, if Coco makes a mistake, that's it. So,
yeah,
man, lots to talk about.
Indeed. But you know what? The panelists would agree with me when Coco is Coco Crunch. But you know what? What do you have to say, Wolf and Gang?
Well. I turned on the lights. All right. Yeah. Oh wow, we had a lot of fun in there. If you don't know, we were discussing off cam on how how the game went on and what's happening basically in the game. And there's so much happening. Swirling Leo to take us through the action. What happened in there, guys?
Well, I thought like you mentioned in the chat that the Ling timing was already off, but we forgot the Angela factor. When it came to the late game, in terms of survivability, Ling had so much more ways of surviving fights rather than the carry. So the carry was just a deer caught in the headlights in those late game fights as Ling ran at her. And it showed. Carry was the first one dying in those crucial engagements in the latter part. And it was insane. But I don't think I could summarize the emotions we all were going through in that game number 1, by the way.
Yep, that was just game number 1, ladies and gentlemen. Over 20 minutes of heart-stopping action. I was barely on my seat. I legit almost fell off my chair. But what we noticed here was essentially the lineups. It worked towards SGD's favor, because as Swarley mentioned, there is the Angela, and when it came down to it, they were killing the carry. Kaltizi was going down, and the fact is, Bren's lineup here, it's not very good when somebody's already inside your backlines. When somebody's in there, it's hard to defend. So given Hajizi's Ling, I said at some point, like maybe the 10, 11, 12 minute mark, I said, that's when Bren was in the driver's seat, right? I said Bren needs to protect the backline and Hajizi needs to get in there. Those are the win conditions for either side. And once Hajizi figured it out, when he was a little more ballsy, just like here, they were forcing fights, SGD Omega came out on top. I think moments from here, the Dragons got the win. And yeah, Hajizi on the link, 10-1-9, boys. Can you believe it? SGD put up a good fight. Close match though. Yeah, a close match though as it is, but yeah, I'll take the L on this one. That was a misread. Good game 1.
And I felt that Lasty was in a weird position in that fight generally, because he was supposed to start the fights as well as try to protect the backline with the carry, because no other hero on the Bren lineup had that role. Valier, not really the bodyguard sort of hero that can stick with the carry in the backline and make her feel safe. Before, the Valier had that flame shot, so the knockback and the slow was pretty effective. But now, without that flame shot on the Valier, he has no more bodyguard trait, I feel. So Kufra, it was a good hero, but he was in a weird spot. He had to do 2 things, and he could only do one of them.
Yeah, I think that in the grand scheme of things, this is the time where we have to accept the fact that it's no longer about having this hero that doesn't scale as much as the other heroes, right? For example, Ling, we kind of predicted that this Ling will not be as strong as the carry in the late game. But when you play like how Hajizi played and how he countered Carl TZ back then, and abusing the fact that carry didn't have a purify, I think this is where you say, no, it's not that about scaling, or it's not that about having the early game or whatnot. It's gonna be about execution and understanding of the game. I think overall, SGD Omega, they have a unique understanding of the meta and a unique draft in a way. They have the Angela that really helped this Ling move around the map, move onto the backlines without any without being afraid of a potential counter reaction from Bren Esports, and I think that's amazing to see. Now, Leo, when it comes to dealing with what Bren Esports did to what SGD Omega did to Bren Esports, how can Bren Esports get back now into game number 2 and force a game number 3 for us?
If I'm reading this correctly, it should be Bren on first pick, right? It should be Bren in the blue side. So with that being said, I think they have to take what they learned from game 1 and implement that. So what is that exactly? In game 1, the only reason why this game went so much longer than it should have, than we expected, because I'll agree, early on in the draft, I think you guys got me there. SGD Omega had the better lineup, especially for the early game finish. The only reason why Bren made it last a little longer and how they were in the driver's seat a few more times than they should have was because of this new strategy that I think they were employing. I'm not sure if it was on purpose, but it's the gangster moneyball strategy. Meaning, this carry is picking fights where she should not have, and she was taking resources she had no business getting her hands on. And that's because she had the retribution. And I think it's also their downfall. It's a double-edged sword. Is because that retribution could have been a purify. And if the purify was on the carry in the late game, 20 minutes in, she could have survived the onslaught from the Ling. So with that being said, maybe this time, Bren can set the pace in which their lineup is not necessarily so neutralized or so targeted by SGD. I'm not sure if they're capable of that in this kind of situation, but I'm sure Ducky might be reading Dale or the other way around, vice versa, for us to have another close fight.
No. I think that we will be... I feel that we should be seeing a different type of drafts, or at least some reaction from Bren Esports. I like that they banned out the Jawhead because of the fact that they struggled heavily against that. But now, SGD Omega, they themselves banned out the Ling, opening up the Selena. Swarly, you were hyped about this. Can you talk about the Ling being banned by SGD Omega and the Selena being picked by Bren Esports?
Well, definitely, with the first pick going in way of Bren Esports, I mean, everyone has a Ling player in this level of Mobile Legends, so just don't give them the opportunity to use your own hero against you, and it was a smart decision. Unfortunately, it did open up the Selena.
Your team is
both teams do favor that hero, especially with the extra vision and just the mere pick-off potential without really threatening your positioning as a team.
Yeah.
Atlas,
Leo,
I like the return. I like the return, the counter picks from SGD Omega, picking up the Atlas.
Leo, this is exciting to say the least. It's either Heath or Hayes, two of the best tanks out there in terms of playmaking for SGD Omega, now playing Atlas with Claude.
Yep.
Now, how do you feel about that, and how do you also feel about Bren Esports going back to the Carmilla again, the core Milla once again?
The core Milla. Well, question 1, SGD. Awesome. 2 of the highest win rate heroes right now. One through sheer force of nature, that is the Claude. He has the numbers and he has the percentages. On the other hand, Atlas, much less amount of times picked, but the numbers are through the roof. He's only failed maybe once or twice. On the other hand, Bren, if I'm not mistaken, this might actually be Rebo on the Carmilla, not on the Selena, not Few, because Few also rocks a pretty nasty Selena, right? So with that being said, it might be good. The vision she provides might help with maybe the gangster Moneyball if Bren wants to go for that again. But I'm so happy that this stats showed up here. Angela has an undefeated streak, a win streak here in the MPL, 100%.
Is this just SGD Omega or have other teams tried to use Angela?
I think they are the only teams that are playing Angela nowadays, or at least to great effect. The only ones with successful Angela plays. We don't know yet if this is going to be a support or again back at the core role. Nevertheless, there's the Uranus. SGD Omega, they paired this up so many times now. Uranus with Angela. Uranus on the hands of Toshi on the side lanes, and then you have Kenji playing the Angela, going with the Claude. By the way, this is also a running duo that I'm seeing to great effect. It's the Angela Claude combo where you just literally make a... Imagine a tank, but the tank is mobile. Like the tank can go at ya. Normally tanks go from a distance, right? But this tank is gonna be in front of you in melee range. That's what I noticed. Yeah, but how do you feel about this, guys?
It's a tank with like a 360 firing arc, right? It'll just come in the middle with Angela inside of her or him, and then they're just gonna pull the trigger. That's exciting. I really like it.
And the best part is they have a get out of jail free card, right? With that DMI.
Yeah.
But on the flip side, Bren Esports, that carry, I talked about the bodyguard mentality earlier. There isn't that one bodyguard hero that can protect that carry. But at least this time around, Kaltizi did listen. I mean, he wisened up, is going for the Purify this time around. But will it be enough? I feel not so much. I feel that she still needs that one bodyguard hero.
Well, Cho's a better bodyguard.
True, but he wants to be initiating the Way of the Dragon. You think? But yeah, because of the lack of bodyguard, I can't believe this, but I'm betting against Bren twice in a row.
Okay, so Swarly will bet against the strong one, the only ones who are strong. Leo, how do you feel about this draft?
You know what? Given the fact that Carrie went with the Purify and they have the Cho, these are signs leading to Bren learning from game one. But
okay,
I'm gonna go against better judgment here and say that the Angela and Claude combo alongside the Farsa is just way too much firepower. And given that, this feels weird to say, I'm gonna go for SGD Omega this time. This might be a 2-0, and we might see Bren finally get their first defeat in this season.
Yeah, I think I'll agree with you, Leo. I think that's exactly how I feel, right? There's just so much damage. I mean, the carry... You imagine the team fight, and he will be bursted down before he's able to pop his ultimate, I think. And that's going to be very scary. We'll see.
Purify's going to do little. Purify's not going to do much.
Exactly. Yeah. You don't need stuns if you can just output the raw damage in there. And yeah, I feel like SGD might hand the first 2-0 loss for Bren Esports in a very long time. We'll see, as we have to pass it on back to Seiya and Rockhard at the caster's desk. Please take it away.
Man, a 2-0 against Bren Esports. That will be a first in this season, if ever that does happen. We'll have to wait and see, though, as it's going to be Game 2, SGD Omega versus Bren Esports. I'm Rockhard, and alongside me is Seiya. What do you think?
Well, to me, in terms of draft, I can't really neglect that Angela Claude firepower that our panelists have mentioned. So I'll be siding with SGD on this one because they kind of complement each other in a way that Atlas is your go-to compiler. Let's say it's like it's like Atlas is your project leader that compiles all your work. and then Angela and Claude is the one who passes it to the principal, and then follow it up by Farsa to really make sure to guard or to safety guard, and make sure that the other students pass it on. And I don't know, I'm having a classroom setup right here for SGD Omega, but you know what, it kind of depends again on execution, if they manage to do it.
That's true. I mean, that's a big question. I know you have been a huge fan of Claude ever since we started this week. You've always been favoring Claude, and they have been showing a very, very good win rate. So I don't blame you. But right now, though, again, we still have a pretty solid lineup here. Mostly melee as well. I would consider carry mostly done with melee range here for Bren Esports, doing a pretty good job on the mid lane, getting first blood quite nastily on a very priority target, which is the Claude.
Yeah.
So that's good.
And
they're doing a pretty good job. And Rebo is on point with the Selena so far.
Really, and you have to take note, this is still the first few minute of the game, and they already have 1 kill to boot. And this is not really gonna stop SGD from maintaining the space that they currently have. But you know what? This is not gonna stop again. Bren Esports Rebo will be stunning Heath right there. But you know what? This is the perks of Atlas being a bit of a tanky in terms of early phases of the game. You get to scoot yourself off to safety because the Selena doesn't really have too much of a damage enough to get a pickup.
Yeah, that's right. Cotter and Inferno being forced off of Coco there. On the bottom lane, as usual, the anchor of Bren Esports, whenever he gets in a good position, usually the rest of Bren Esports would actually do well. So the off lane here is going to get some support as well from Bren. And they're just trying to split up their time. And I would say this is working well for Bren. The resources in their favor. 1.2k, 1.3k gold lead is pretty solid against SGD, who we saw earlier was pretty dominant on most parts of the game. So Bren, they're starting off really strong here so far.
Turtle resurrecting
And the thing is, SGD has to retaliate with that good resource stake of Bren Esports, but also doing their part as well. And if you kind of noticed that SGD Omega is really onto the safe side for now, because the thing is their overall composition would really work well come the mid phases of the game. So I think SGD here is just buying some time for them to really slowly scale and get the resources that they need in order to really work out a good clash.
Yeah, and they're waiting for Hajizi specifically to go online, right? So that's why they're not really taking those fights as much as they should. Of course, when we go back though, GC already picking up a kill.
Okay.
Wow, thank you so much for answering my query right there.
Well, that's what you call a very responsive reply, Rockhart. I mean, you were just about to tell it. And, the Claude here is just up on his feet, gets a kill for himself. And that's just a really good thing for SGD Omega, because we did mention, Rockhart, that Bren Esports is doing a swell job in terms of resource taking. But you know what? SGD Omega is just here, evening the conditions out.
Yeah, big props to Bren, of course, for going for the turtle take, which will go over to Carl Teasy, despite a pretty nice attempt there from Hayes to steal it away from their grasp. I would still say that gold lead is very, I would say, how do you say? It's not really showing the full picture, right? It's not showing us the full picture, because I feel like Hajizi is still in a pretty good position considering the amount of gold that their team has. And now Heat going to be absorbing a lot of damage from that with a pretty good defensive line here from Hayes. But the tower, I feel like, might be in trouble here with a pretty solid movement going in for Bren Esports. Backline with a pretty shielded up Hajizi. Has taken out a member of Bren Esports, reducing their damage by a considerable amount, removing Rebo from the equation.
Love it. Claude here just went from the behind to really take Rebo by surprise, and now, like what you mentioned, Rebo was temporarily out of the equation. This leaves SGD Omega a bit more space to really get their footing right. And when I meant by footing right, if you just look at the map that we have right here, they're kind of dispersed in a manner wherein they could really protect the towers that they have, and as well as, you know, really taunting the members of Bren. But you know what? Speaking of taunting, Carteezy's damage output right there earlier is enough to make Heath go back.
Yeah, overall, I think that's the point. Just, you don't need to make a kill. You just maybe pull out those taunts, just make them question their decisions. Like right now, Carteezy, what a play there. Going hard on the right target, but absorbing some damage here. I think SGD Omega, they want to take revenge for the fallen comrade, but no one is in position to actually make a difference. Right now, Hajiz is still in the mid lane, absorbing some of that gold.
That was some good sniping by the Selena right here, really preventing Heath from any potential, if I'm not mistaken, that was his ult up for grabs earlier. If it wasn't for that arrow, I think Atlas would have went for a fatal link. But again, like what you said, that was a good decision making for both sides of the team to just really disengage, because they don't really want to waste unnecessary resources. And speaking of resources, the Claude will be stealing that turtle. Rockhart, this is too good to see. Where the dragon's gonna be used anytime soon. And look at that, to and fro. Force is gonna get the kill, but Carteezy will have to retaliate. But the Claude here, this is the reason why we can't neglect that Claude-Angela tandem right here.
Yeah, somebody has to stop Hajizi here. So scary, and again, the Angela only empowers Hajizi even further. This guy is already a beast, but of course, that will be nullified a little bit there with just Angela kills happening on the map. Whoa there!
I mean, I get the logic behind it. I mean, once you're stunned by an Angela, you're really, not gonna be moving anytime for a span amount of time here.
Down.
And Angela's has that damage with the help of her first skill. So I like it how Kenji really utilizes it all through, not really giving up until the last HP. So that's like an extra shots for Kenji back there.
Of course. And again, they are in a good position to be really confident, considering they are in a good lead in terms of map control. But gold, look at the gold. It is dead even, almost. And I gotta say, Bren, they can still this can turn out really bad for them, and I think it will. Rebo goes down without a fight. Those damage from coming from the Haze ultimate just doing wonders, and the cleanup is here. Hajizi, he wants the kill, but looks like Carteezy not gonna be giving it as of yet. Oh, looks like few. He wants to go in. He goes in on 4 members of SGD. That was scary, just so he can get rid of those minions. I think they will be sacrificing quite a lot for that engage.
Turtle resurrecting
confident for you right there. I mean, one going against 4 members. I mean, I get the logic, because he sees that there are members of SGD Omega really low on health. But you have to take note, there are many members of SGD, so that was a pretty risky call for Few right there, and it really costs him his life, because he had to sacrifice himself so that Carteezy would go to safety. And this is the replay right now, like you mentioned earlier, really taking advantage of the low health peeps coming from Bren Esports, and that's what you initially have to do. You really have to take all the kills as much as you can get, so that you could really take the advantageous spot.
Yeah, the funny thing is, Bren was the ones who engaged around that jungle area, and they just got repelled by pure damage output coming in from the far side of Haze. And of course, great teamwork from the front line of SGD Omega. They will take down the tower on the bot lane, and so far that goal lead is not so little anymore.
Yes, I agree with you, because we're already seeing the power spike that Claude is offering right now. And take note, this is still 9 minutes, and usually you get to see action come by 10 to, let's say, 12 minutes of the game. But seeing it as it is right now, it's kind of compared to game 1, we are seeing that SGD Omega is showing a bit of a more one-sided game here, because map control, SGD is on par with this. And again, when in terms of clashes, they are managing to turn the tables to their favor.
Yeah, at this point, I'm not surprised that the games are going so fast because that's SGD and Bren. That's just what happens when Titans face off against each other. But right now, one of them is definitely standing out. SGD way on the lead. Hayes absorbs Abyssal Arrow, forces out the Purify, but does not help. Great kickoff there from Few on the show, but they are paying for it with the lives of Rebo on the back foot. Hajizi, he has the Angela Heart Guard. He's waiting for a good opportunity. BMI on the side, and the damage output is real. No one can stop this boy right now.
And to finish it off with a blazing duet, to and fro as he progresses himself to the map onto the base side of Bren Esports. He knows he can calculate his damage output and really saves the best for last. And this is one outstanding play by SGD Omega and will be exposing the base right now. It looks like they're not gonna go anymore. They will be finishing this game number 3, and it looks like the conclusion is in 2-0 for SGD Omega.
Well, I just said it a few moments ago. I'm not surprised with fast games, with fast movements, fast pacing from these two teams. But in the end, again, SGD capitalizing a small error in the execution of Bren here, went all in, and they got the results that they wanted.
Definitely, and again, just looking quickly here at the stats, you know what? Hajizi had it all, it's from his name. Hajizi had it all. And of course, complementing it with the Angela pick that we have earlier, this goes to show that what I said is right. You can't neglect that Claude Angela pick. It's just really amazing how SGD's discipline is really showing prowess.
Yeah, very, very beautiful game. To break that down further, let's have Wolf and the gang. That's going to be me, Rockhart, again. Say right there on your screens. We'll see you in a bit. Wolf, take it away.
Thanks so much, Say Rockhart, for the amazing commentary of game number 2. And it feels like SGD Omega is back. SGD Omega is back. They have risen from the ashes, and this is exactly what we expect them to be, right? When we are hyping SGD Omega and how they were on paper when MPL Season 5 started, this is what we expected. And man, did they show up against the best team in the season right now. Bren Esports 2-0 them with Kenji on the Angela and Toshi on this Uranus. Swarly, Leo, what happened in that game?
Gods do bleed, unfortunately, for Bren Esports. But then again, we said, once you're at the pinnacle, teams will be gunning for you. So you really still have to change it up. Even if you can't not respect any team going up against you. But it's not definitely, don't hit the panic button, Bren. You guys are doing fine. I guess it's just all about mentality. Like we were talking about in pre-game, they have to stay hungry.
Yeah, I agree, Swarly. Bren is doing fine, but SGD is doing better. Oh my god, what a way to take down the beast. The Slayers, SGD Omega, getting the first 2-0 away from Bren Esports. The first series loss, that is. And you know what? I love and hate this meta at the same time. It's Moneyball for sure, but it's Moneyball with a twist. SGD Omega making Angela a thing once more, and I can't believe that the puppeteer little robot maid is once more 100% 5-0 currently. And Hajizi here couldn't make it as the MVP if not for
Angela.
Kenji Villa, this guy. Ooh, Villa Angela with rhymes.
And I feel that for Bren.
Kangela.
I feel that for Bren, that they should veer away from that gangster Moneyball, because in this game, once again, you saw the carry going for dives very, very early on. They should reel him in and play a lot safer, because those swings in the early game, especially that he has Bounty Hunter, you have gold, you're diving for kills, but you're putting the rest of your team and your economy in a bad spot because of that.
Yeah.
And it's hard to like it's not foolproof. That's a problem maybe that I have with this kind of Moneyball that we're talking about, because the way we see other Moneyball strategies, it's easier. It doesn't risk too much. And honestly, for Bren, I don't know why they're risking so much. I mean, why you don't need it anyways. You're already strong with your players. Yeah,
Well,
They
to
are
be fair,
way too gung ho.
Yeah, to be fair, Carry or I'm sorry, Kaltizi were stealing turtles and buffs where he had no business doing so, right? He had no retribution. All he had was a phantom step and a basic attack to get off of, and he sometimes gets it through. I think they're living for the thrill, and you know there might be a psychological effect wherein, oh, we should have gotten the turtle, we should have gotten the buff, but this weird carry that's always in our faces is taking it, and I don't know, they might want to snowball off of that, but you're right. In a league like this with professionals on the other end, it might be a strategy that's way too out there.
Yeah, a lot of interesting stuff happened here. Like MPL Season 5 regular season, week number 4, actually. And of course, you're still watching MPL Season 5, brought to us by our sponsors, Smart, together with PLDT Smart Foundation in partnership with Smart. We can help our frontliners as we stand together to be the real heroes in these challenging times. Support our frontliners through SMS by texting donate to 3456. That's donate to 3456. And donation is open from April 22 to July 16, 2020. This is also brought to us by Realme smartphones, by our Logitech GR headset, official headset partner, and organized by Moontune. Man, we've had a long day. We've had something that we did not expect, and I hope that you enjoyed that match as much as I did. But I think that we have to conclude our broadcast for tonight. I hope you had fun. We'll see you next week for MPL Season 5.
Still waiting for your epic battle? Wait no more. Make the switch to Smart LTE and experience greatness with the country's fastest mobile data network.
Are you game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day, for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
Still waiting for your epic battle? Wait no more. Make the switch to Smart LTE. And experience greatness with the country's fastest mobile data network.
Are you game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
Grandpapa had a metal plate from his time served in the war. When it came to taking medicine, the man was non-compliant. He tell me, hey, what would you say if I could build a little vessel that could take us to another time and place?
Realme C3. Triple camera, gaming monster. Realme smartphone.
Still waiting for your epic battle? Wait no more. Make the switch to Smart LTE. And experience greatness with the country's fastest mobile data network.
Are you game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
In time minus 10.
The situation
9,
is critical.
8,
The data doesn't seem
7,
right.
Check pressure. It can't
5,
be stopped now.
4, 3.
Okay, get ready.
1. Launch.
Game on! Party on!
That hurts. Where am I? Stay back. Don't come near me or I will not go easy on you. Huh. You're hurt.
Just like that, the story of Popol and Koopa began, under strange circumstances.
Wanna take a bite?
And so Koopa and Popple shared their first meal together. Despite being trapped in a dangerous pit, they both felt a warm feeling growing within their hearts. Days quickly passed and our two little fellows didn't have much food left.
Shoot! Let me go! Ow! Huh? You saved me? I think I just found myself a new friend.
Popple and Koopa are the best partners in the world!
Time. Defeat the enemy, I'm full of energy. I can lead a team to victory. Got the first blood, too legendary. Taking you all out, go RIP for another layer. Ay. Let me see you moving, never gon' stop. Ay. Epic fight queen, that's so hot. Ay. Let's celebrate, we got two shots. Come and battle, come and battle. Ay. Let's hit the next level. Ay. Come and battle, come and battle. Ay. I'm the real game, right rebel. From Earth to space, we party place to place. I need from Earth to space. Mobile Legends start the race. Party on, game on, game on. Party on. There'll be a party every night. Don't hold your breath, let's play tonight. Game on, party on. Tell me who you're gonna be, that's on your mind. No one can stop, it's time to shine. We are young, things will be fine, danger comes. I won't hide, we are leading the trend tonight. We are young, things will be fine, danger comes. I won't hide, legends won't fade away tonight. Party on, game on, game on, game on, party on. This is how we be topping our session. One family, that's how we present it. We got fans from all over the world and come together and we show them how we do it. Form team, fight for justice. We all gon' make it worth it. We gon' fight for the purpose. Fighting the evil with crystal brightness. Come and battle, come and battle. Ay. Let's hit the next level. Ay. Come and battle, come and battle. Ay. I'm the real game, right rebel. From Earth to space, we party place to place. I mean from Earth to space. Mobile Legends start the race. Game on, party on. Party on.
It's good to see you.
Killing spree! Godlike! Legendary!
Destroy the legendary. 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 An ally has been mega kill. Double kill.
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Game on, party on!
Experience the youth suffering.